Hello and welcome to this, our 248th live stream. An angel under every rock. Deliverance Ministries thinks there's a demon under every rock. Why can't there be an angel under every rock instead? That's much more positive. I like that version better. Of course, this is an homage to our Monday video, which was on a guide to angels and other spirit critters, and we hope you watch that after this live stream. We think you'll find that very enlightening. So, all the rocks as angels. I love it. Love it. Well, at least all the stars are as angels. So, I guess it's appropriate to pitch that book too. So, if you haven't read the sequel to Reliquary of the Dead, this is it. All the Stars as Angels. This is the second book in the, presently trilogy. It's turning out to be a 5-book series so far. So, right now I'm currently working on books 4 and 5 at the same time, which is quite interesting. Quite a challenge to do that. But anyway, if you haven't read All the Stars as Angels, or it's the first book, Reliquary of the Dead, please do so and leave a review on Amazon. It really helps when you leave reviews. Reviews matter. Oh my gosh, they matter so much. So, way to go, Doc. The story's just crawled in my head and I can't get it out, so... So the sloppy book is confirmed. Not in book 4. Not in book 4. You might get to see Sloppy in book 5, but you will not see him in book 4. Book 4 is a very different kind of book. They're all different books. The same universe, different kind of books. So, we live in hope. You do. Hope does spring eternal. Okay, so we're just going to get to the rules here and then get right to the super chats. Okay, questions. First rule is super chats have priority. That's true on every live stream on every YouTube channel. Non-super chat questions, we ask that you put a Q and a colon at the beginning. If there's no Q and no colon, it doesn't exist. We ask that you post non-super chats once. Posting a non-super chat multiple times will get that a non-super chat banned for the night. This is a hard and fast rule. It doesn't matter if this is your first time on the channel. we're just going to stick to that. If it's a verse in the Bible, we ask that you give us some context. So give us what book it's in, what chapter, and the verse. We need that to sort of narrow down your question. We also ask that if you sponsor a super chat, please copy the question in your super chat so we don't have to go hunting for it. Just saves us time. And then finally, one question per chat. No question stacking. If you do that, we'll only take one of the questions. So that's it. That's the rules. Lord of Sloppy and Sky. Well, we won't go that far. Hopefully it's a poorly baked loaf. Does he do any other kind? Andrew Grimm. So we have the Sloppy series next. Oh, well. There's some very interesting stuff that's happening in books 4 and 5 that I will not reveal, but... Alright, so let's start with the questions here. Well, actually, we've already been taking questions. Just a sloppy for all seasons? Well, that would be, that would be an interesting take on that. CPM versus DOS. I haven't even got book 3. No one's got book 3 yet. Book 3 does not come out until July 15th. So, the only people who have read book 3 so far have been the beta readers. So, Mama is a beta reader, so she knows what's going to happen what happens in book 3. So, because of Canada Post. Oh, don't get me started with Canada Post. Ugh. I'm still waiting for my proof copies for book 3. I ordered them back in January, and I still haven't received them. So, it's my Bonbon's asking her to spoil everything now. Andrew Graham says, don't tell him, I want to read them. Smiley says, I'm a Sigma reader. Yep, I can believe that. Whatever works for you. Hey, we got an alpha reader, we got beta readers, and now Sigma readers. CPM versus DOS. I pre-ordered. Don't spoil. Please. It's a wonderful thing. Mama says, I can only spoil one thing. It's a great continuation. It is a very different kind of book, though. I will say that. So, Haystack Seder reader? So you're somewhere in the middle? Zeta's in the middle of the alphabet, by the way. If you have the last reader, that'd make you an Omega reader. Yep, I see that. Darkblade said, did you do anything to commemorate your 27th anniversary today? No, we didn't. We worked. We got a couple releases that are coming up. And in fact, I am going to pitch one more here. If I may? May I? Yes. Which is... I'm going to pitch one more thing. Egg Hunter. Okay? I don't have a fancy graphic to show you, but this is the postcard for the Steam game that has been created by Mrs. Producer. And that is going to be available on Steam on March 2nd. So, this is a 12-year project of love, or 14-year project of of love, as it were. So, gonna pitch that too. So, that's another addition to what we've been up to. Also, by the way, still working on the Moses chapter, and made a lot of progress on it last night. So hopefully we'll be getting that to the publisher soon too. Okay. What? Smiley. Bon. Assume Dr. Falk is 43 years young. That means he got married at 16. I'm not 43. Not even close. 43 is far behind me. Okay, let's go on to the questions then. King Bubby asks, were the Egyptian gods regarded as corporeal beings or spirit critters? Yes. In ancient Egyptian circles, they were both. They were corporeal in that they had a physical existence within their scope of framework. So, Happy was the god of the river Nile and the river Nile. Okay? So it's both. The Egyptians didn't see corporeal beings and spirit critters as being mutually distinct categories. So they tended to think both ways. So, that tends to be how they regarded, say, divine beings, is that they're a bit of both. They're both corporeal and spirit. They're not one or the other. They exist in sort of this nether world where both are true. So that's how the Egyptians sort of viewed divinity. Is it's not one or the other. It's kind of both. Okay, so I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. The next non-super chat here is also from King Bubby. Would you say there's any merit to the notion that human beings in God's image means that God is a corporeal being that we physically resemble? No. That would be an equivocation fallacy. And it would be an equivocation fallacy in that the idea of God's image doesn't necessarily mean his form or his being is corporeal, but more that we are an idol of God's basically form and essence. So it's not that God has that we resemble God physically in a corporeal being, because spirits don't have corporeality. Corporeality means to have flesh. And God is a spirit. Spirits do not have flesh and bones, per Luke. So this would be an equivocation fallacy. So you don't want to use image in two different distinct ways in an argument like this. It's just not good reasoning. So, but what we can say is that we reflect God because we are, in a sense, God's idols walking around. So that's what we would say about that. It's to go beyond that to the idea that God has a body is to really overstep the meaning of the text. And we don't ever want to overstep the meaning of the text. Basically, overreading can be just as much of a problem as, say, underreading a text. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that question. Very much appreciated. Okay, in Ezekiel, and this one's from Magnus of the North, and he asks, in Ezekiel 16:3, God tells the people of Jerusalem, your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. Of all the groups who had lived in Canaan, why are those two mentioned specifically? Yeah, we don't go there. We don't go. Mrs. Producer is recounting a little bit of Monty Python here. Okay. Which we will not re-air. Elderberry, yeah.
Yeah.
It does sound kind of like that. Okay.
Everybody thought.
Yeah, everyone is thinking it. Okay. Here's sort of the gist of what's going on here. Is that Terah was an Amorite. He's an Amorite from northern Mesopotamia, from the region of Urkesh. Okay, so that's almost undisputed. That's almost undisputed that Terah was an Amorite. At least if you believe the lineage, he's an Amorite. And this is almost goes without saying too that we now have good evidence that Hebrew as a language is a descendant of the Amoritic language too. So again, this is not really rocket science here. Okay. The question is, where does the Hittites fit in? Okay. And the Hittites fit in while essentially when Terah leaves Urkesh, he settles in Haran. And Haran is Aram. It's in Syria. At that time, at the time of the patriarchs, Syria was dominated by the Hittites. At least until the rise of the Mitanni. So, when the descendants of Terah start intermarrying with the locals in Haran, they're marrying essentially Hittites. So, their mothers were Hittites. The fathers were Amorites, their mothers were Hittites. So the Ezekiel here is just saying this as a collective of, hey, remember where you guys came from. You're not local Canaanites here. You're from another land. You're from that kingdom of Urkesh, which is Amorite territory. You settled a little while in Syria. You're the people that your ancestors married were Hittites, and that's how you got here. So that's really why the reference here to both Amorites and Hittites is because that's really where the Israelites ultimately came from. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Scott Worthington says Amorite is as Amorite words are said. Okay. Hebrews were the El-worshipping outcasts of the Amorites. Not really. Somehow the identity has been forgotten and misinterpreted. They weren't really El-worshipping outcasts of the Amorites. The Amorites did have the word El in their vocabulary, but they also worshipped other gods too. They were a polytheistic society. In fact, we talked about this last week, how the god of Nahor was not the god of Abraham. So Nahor, is worshiping another god, and so is Terah. So, so I wouldn't say they're outcasts. I think that's a really overstatement here. But they did separate themselves from the other Amorites to become chosen people, as it were. Okay, let's move on to the next non-super chat here. And we got here from TBTM. Why is Amos 9:7 not seen as clear proof for the Exodus? How would you get those other people migrations correct but not your own? Let's just pull this one up. I don't think I really need to answer this, because it's not really this is what we call a disingenuous question, but it sort of makes a point. Amos 9:7 says, Are you not as the sons of, and the text here says, Cush to me? Are you not as the sons of Cush to me, O sons of Israel, declares the Lord? Have I not brought up Israel from the land of Egypt, and the Philistines from Caphtor? Well, that is true. That's where they came from. Caphtor are the part of the Greek archipelago. So that is absolutely true. Philistines are from basically the Sea Peoples, and the Sea Peoples are from the Hittites and the Greek archipelago. And the Arameans from Kir, and Kir is in Mesopotamia. So yes, the Arameans are from there too. So, TBTM is correct. It would be very odd that they would get the origins of the Philistines correct and the Arameans correct, but somehow muck up their own origin story. Yeah, it does strain credulity a bit. But again, a lot of these people are just sort of, they're taking a skeptical pose as their sort of prima facie assumption here, and then they're finding what they're looking for. So you can't sort of go beyond that. If you're looking to doubt, that's what you're going to find, essentially. So again, there's not much more I can say about this. Hey, Sentinel Apologetics is in the room. Hey, how's it going, Rob? So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the question. Again, it does sort of strain credulity. This is what we call cognitive load. Okay, it's when your skepticism is when your skepticism stretches credulity to a point where you're having to carry a heavy cognitive load to keep on with the skeptical framework. So it's not a matter of evidence at this point for a lot of these guys. It's just they're bought into a presupposition, and they're going to hang on to that for dear life. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciate it. Okay, well, I guess we're on to the super chats. And our first super chat here is from AEUIO for €11. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it, and it's good to see you here. And it goes, hey, Dr. Falk, Joshua 11, 6-9. What kept Joshua from reusing those precious chariots? Was it tactical, pragmatic concern, or religious, like harem devotion, to emphasize reliance on God? Well, let's take a look at the passage, and then we will discuss. Let's go to Joshua. Verse 11, 6 and 9. Then the Lord said to Joshua, do not be afraid because of them, for tomorrow at this time I will deliver all of them slain before Israel, and you shall hamstring their horses and burn their chariots with fire. Verse 9. And Joshua did to them as the Lord had told him, and he hamstrung their horses and burned their chariots with fire. All right. Yeah, but it prevented them from being used as chariot horses after that. Fatal to the horse, actually. So, yeah, so it's not like these horses are going to live after that for the most part. The thing about chariots, why they didn't reuse the chariots of the Canaanites, it's because chariots require training. You could give some guy off the street, and he said, okay, today we inherited this huge air force of F-16 fighter jets, fully armed, and we're going to go take on the enemy. We're going to stick you in the cockpit with no training at all. How long is that air force going to remain in flight?
That would be a different matter. It would last as long as the gas.
Whoop, boom. Yeah, and most of those quote untrained pilots would end up being crashed on the ground.
A lot of us play.
was it? I saw this. Um, yeah, Ryan says takeoff is optional, landing is mandatory. Yep, it's the same problem with chariots. If you're not trained as a charioteer, they are really, really difficult to operate. Okay, uh, you know, yeah, okay. Grand Theft Chariot might look good on the video game screen, but it doesn't work in real life. Okay, chariots are difficult to drive, and they're difficult to coordinate in a group. You can only use them effectively in battle as a matter of group tactics. So it's not one. You don't send out a single chariot. Chariots work in teams, and teamwork takes time to develop and time to train. So, um, so no, you're not going to be able to just load a bunch of chariots. Um, this is my problem with, say, Daniel Hayes' proposition. Daniel Hayes said that all the chariots were destroyed in 1446, and then in 1444 he just rebuilds another chariot army and restocks them with charioteers, and then goes fights the Mitanni. What?
Never even ridden.
He's probably never ridden a horse. No.
Sitting on the back is pretty special.
Yeah, it's specialized just to ride them bareback, but yeah.
When you got a couple of them, you do better hurting.
Darkblade, can bad charioting get the driver killed? Yes. Oh yes, there were actually many fatalities in training with chariots. And charioting wasn't a safe occupation. All it took was for the driver to make a bad turn and get thrown out of the chariot and essentially crushed.
Also, it hurt the horses turned off.
Yeah.
The chariot flipped because it comes to stop.
Yeah, it can hurt the horses. Yeah, it can hurt. But yeah, bad charioting can kill drivers, and it has. Many times. Ryan Cohenkamp said, would you rather be a charioteer or a foot soldier? Charioteer if I got the training. Okay? Foot soldier if I didn't. Okay. So basically, if I don't have any training, I'll pick the foot soldier every time. If I get the training, I'll take the charioteer. Because charioteers became officers and they had special advantages and all that stuff. So, yeah, but they had to buy their own equipment too. But again, you didn't have to march. That's kind of worth it to be a charioteer. But at the same time, too, it was dangerous. No one doubted that being charioteer was dangerous. It was dangerous work, but it did have its benefits as well. But yeah, you could die as a charioteer. Wasn't that hard to get yourself killed as a charioteer. So, and if you're not a trained charioteer, that goes way up.
And the other archers.
Yeah. Yeah. So you had all sorts of problems as a charioteer that if you didn't get the right training, wouldn't do you well. So the Israelites, when they capture all these chariots, their best option is to actually burn them or salvage them for wood or whatever, just because if they were to start riding them on their own, they could be dead. And it wouldn't end in a victory. It would end in chaos and defeat. So I hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. It's a real interesting super chat, and I very much appreciate it. Let's take this related question. SGHD asks, what was the penalty for horse theft in Egypt? Death. Because all horses were owned by the state. The state owned the horses. So that's king's property. You steal a king's property, death. Lots of death. It simplified things. Commoners didn't have horses. A commoner could have essentially could own a donkey. They could own a mule. They could own a oxen. They could own goats and sheep. They couldn't own a horse. Horses were owned by the state. You steal a horse, it's death. Stealing a bronze toothpick from the king, death. Made for very, very simple jurisprudence. Driver lets go of the reins. Rookie mistake. Oh yeah, and a runaway chariot?
If you let go of the reins, there's no way of getting it.
Yeah, if you let go of the reins on a chariot, there's no way of getting it back. You're screwed. You're just screwed. All right. So let's move on. The next one here is from Striding Hermit here for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Happy Friday. Well, happy Friday the 13th to you too. It's Lucky Friday the 13th. A day short of Valentine's Day. And the question is, in your opinion, how should the church teach the various applications of love? Okay. Let's start with the first, which is, for example, we get out John 15, where Christ says, if you love the Lord, keep his commandments. If you love me, keep my commandments. His commandments is to love your neighbor as yourself. Okay. So, don't steal from your neighbor. That's a good first start to any loving encounter is just keep the commandments towards them. Don't steal. Don't take his stuff. Don't covet his stuff. Don't covet his wife. Don't commit adultery. Don't do lewd things with his daughter. There's a lot of things you can do or just refrain from doing that shows love to your neighbor. Okay? That's sort of the first step. The second step is to want the best for them. You know, if they're in a time of need, help them out. Okay? If they're unemployed, bring them some muffins. You know, bring them dinner. You know, if they're going through a crisis, be there for them. There's a lot of ways you can show love applied. But it does begin with the law. And the law is basically, don't do stuff to harm your neighbor. So once you don't do stuff once you don't harm your neighbor, you can then go on and to do better things to show love towards your neighbor. So those are the applications of love. So we hope that helps. Thank you very much for that super chat. Really appreciate it. And we can talk about this in the church. There's nothing, we should be talking about this in the church. But it's also gets a very sort of hypothetical too. So you got to be careful about that as well. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. Hey, hon. It's getting hot in here again. Oh, it's okay. Maybe a few. Just a crack, maybe. Okay, Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you very much for the super chat. Do you think we live in a culture that solely cares about treating symptoms of problems, but never root causes? No. No, I think we do live in a society that tries to treat causes as well as symptoms. I think, though, that sometimes a lot of the way we treat things in our society is very theoretical. and based upon theories that are not actually well supported and well tested. So I think our approach to problems tends to be more idealistic and more theoretical than what actually works in the real world. Oh yeah, there's a lot of false narratives of root causes too. Mm-hmm. But again, that sources from theory. So, that whole sort of sourcing of, say, using theoretical imperatives to treat things, I think, often leads to bad results overall. So it's the theory, oftentimes the theories of treatment that and theories of problem resolution that arise to bad consequences when they are actually applied. And here's the big one. Here's the big one that we hear all the time in our society, which is, how do we solve what's the root of poverty? Oh, it's wealth distribution. Let's use communism again, because that's worked so well every time we tried it. Yeah.
It is even wealth distribution in that millions of people die because they all got far too less.
Yeah, well. But the fact is, you're not going to solve wealth distribution, and you're not going to solve poverty by redistributing wealth, by forced redistribution of wealth. That isn't going to solve the problem. It never has. All it has is it's made everybody equal on the same rubble pile. That sort of equality creates misery. So we just have to be careful that our theoretical approaches are sound and well tested before we try to solve problems with them. And this has been a problem said. I'll give you even another example. Here's another example. The literacy crisis. Okay? We had 90% of people in the 1970s being able to read. Okay? But that 10% who couldn't read was considered to be a literacy crisis. So they said, well, the way that people read using phonics that's worked for 400 years, well, that's old thinking. That's old thinking. We need new theories of how people read. Now, this is how we got whole language learning, where people don't learn to make sounds, phonemes with letters. They look at whole words as symbols, and then you try to teach them the whole word as a symbol, and then they put together that. Okay, now illiteracy is up to 25-30%. Yeah, that theory worked so well. So well. Whole literacy learning was a completely theoretical approach to a literacy, quote, crisis. And in solving a problem that affected the minority, now you have this huge chunk of people who can't read. It's crazy. And it's the sort of attachment to fad theories that I'd say that our culture is really in love with. The fact is that we try to solve problems with fad theories. And this is how we get to where we are today. Take a fad theory, apply it to whatever problem we have, and make it 10 times worse. Because the theory has not been tested empirically to work. So I think that's a lot of our problems in our society right now. So I hope that helps. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Striding Hermit asks a member question. Okay, do you have a favorite way to season a tomato sauce? Foodie section.
We missed it.
Yay, we missed it last week, so we get foodie section. Yes, I do. I do flavor my tomato sauces with salt, oregano, and basil. That's pretty much it. Might throw in some olive oil. If I want to make a pasta sauce, I will throw in Parmesan cheese rinds. It's very, very simple. Very simple. So, yeah, absolutely. A good tomato sauce is good on its own. All it needs then is just some basic flavoring sort of to bring out the better. So, oh yeah, cheese rinds are awesome in sauces. They are absolutely the bee's knees. So yeah, definitely. Cheese rinds are absolutely awesome. If you really want to give a tomato sauce that umami goodness, absolutely cheese rinds go all in. I just throw it in. But don't use sugar. The only place I would ever use sugar in a tomato sauce would be if I was turning it into, say, a particular kind of spaghetti sauce. That would be probably the only time I would ever do that. But generally, no, I wouldn't do that. Rich Adams says salt, pepper, garlic, basil, Parmesan cheese. Yep, all those are good. Yeah, those are good. Vegemite. Nah. No, I wouldn't put that axle grease in anything. I wouldn't even lube my car with that. If I had a car. Okay. CPM versus I avoid sweet pasta. Here's the thing, a little bit of sugar doesn't actually make it sweet. What it does is it can cut down on the acidity a bit. Now, if you're doing a burnt pasta sauce, then what you're getting out of it by adding a little bit of sugar is adding to caramelization. Caramelization isn't sweet. It's actually you get an increase of the Maillard effect, and that adds complexity to it. So a little sugar can be okay depending on the type of sauce you're making. But no, the point is not to make it sweet. It's to give it, say, complexity as it's cooking. So again, it'll leverage that Maillard effect. And that Maillard effect is why you say you grill a steak. You don't just fry it. You grill it to give that sort of complex hydrocarbons on the outside that gives it flavor. Okay. Guess we can go into the next one here. Next one here is from Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Without saying why not both, is it more accurate to understand Jesus as being the love humanity seeks or the hope humanity desperately needs? Oh, that's easy. The hope. Jesus is the hope humanity needs, not the love humanity seeks. Humanity doesn't seek love. You know, we're told in John, I think it was John 3, that he was the light and the world rejected the light. So humanity's not looking for love. Let's see. Yeah, John chapter 1 here. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness did not comprehend it. Okay? So, verse 9, and there was the true light, which coming into the world enlightens every man. He was in the world, and the world was made through him, and the world did not know him. So mankind was not looking for love. Okay? Mankind was looking for sin. That's what mankind was looking for. But Jesus is the light that exposes the sin in our lives. And in exposing the sin in our lives, he becomes the hope we desperately need. So I think you don't have to say the why not both. It's very clear that humanity didn't want God's love. Humanity wanted license. Humanity needed salvation. So Jesus is definitely the hope that humanity desperately needs, more than the love humanity is seeking. Humans don't seek love. At least not the vast majority of them. Yeah, Bomb Papa, that's correct. Jesus is the love we didn't know we needed. Exactly. Yeah. He's the love we didn't know we needed. But without the hope and the salvation, we wouldn't arrive at the love. Okay. So the next one here. I'm Striding Hermit for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Do you believe that spirit critters would enjoy being petted? Or would that be condescending to them? Love the angel video. What do you think? Do you think some spirit critters would like being petted? I think it would be kind of a dangerous thing to do, but
Kind of hard to.
some might. Some might accept it or condescend to it. Mrs. Producer says everyone likes having behind their ears scratched.
Yeah. I see it. Okay. Like, doesn't matter. Might be the last thing you do.
CPM versus DOS. Oops. I see it, I pets it. Simple as. Bobcats, tigers, doesn't matter, I pet it. Ugh. Bobcat maybe if I had like a leather glove. Tigers, no, I wouldn't risk a tiger. I'd more risk a lion than a tiger. Because lions don't see, because they hunt in prides, they don't see a species difference. So you can.
And he's saying that they're jealous.
Don't make Bernice jealous. Yeah, we'll try not to make Bernice jealous about that. Scratches and death are just side effects. Oh dear. Yeah, they are side effects, but they're rather permanent side effects.
Papa, some claim that Leviathan is hiding in Antarctica. Yeah, I think he would.
Bomb Papa says, some claim that Leviathan is hiding in Antarctica. I wonder if he'd like scratches. I don't know. I don't know. Chaos monsters might be a little more difficult to get cuddly with. Just saying. Oh boy. All right, let's move to the next one here.
Bobcat go past the door.
Annie says the bobcat went past my door this yesterday morning. I had we had bobcats where I used to live when I was growing up. They would sometimes walk our fence. I lived right beside a big canyon, so they used to live down there. But someday they'd come out hunting, and I'd see them on occasion. Yeah, interesting animals. Yeah, big animals. I mean, they're bigger than you'd think. So, Merv Monson, would anyone pet Behemoth? Would you dare put a ring in its nose? Okay. Move on to the next one here. Next one here is Open Your Eyes for $20. Thank you for that very generous super chat. How do you think the topic of spiritual beings in the Bible relates to daimons? Okay. Now he's making a argument here of nuance. So keep that in mind. They were said to be a spectrum of non-human intelligences, not necessarily good nor bad. The church seems to treat them as demons. Okay. A daimon and demon are etymologically related. The problem here is going to be that demons have been used as a catch bucket in the New Testament documents for all evil spirits. Okay? Daimons are not a category you find in the New Testament. They're a category you find in Greek literature. So, basically, it would probably, well, how we would relate to daimons is daimons are essentially any spirit critter that can do things. And a daimon would include, because of its sort of wider scope, as being, say, morally either one way or the other. They're not necessarily good or bad. An angel could be a daimon. A demon could be a daimon. So, the church is probably going to treat daimons as more like demons because it doesn't have that category in their vocabulary. They're going to pick the closest looking vocabulary and then use that. So, and that's not uncommon in, say, ecclesiastical circles. Well, they will take the closest category and apply that. So that's sort of, I think, how that would come. Yeah. So it's one of those things that daimons are not necessarily good or bad, but that's because they're just doing the spirits that do things. It's same, and again, it's the same etymology as demons. It's just that in the case of daimons, they're a broader category than just demons. They include demons, but they would also include angels as well. So I hope that helps. But it's not a category that we find in the biblical text. But thank you very much for that super chat. Very much appreciate it. I hope that helps. Okay. And next one here is from Gizbo SBOL. He has the non-super chat here. Have you read Brian Windle's new book? No, I haven't. He actually argues for an Israel conquest in Late Bronze 2A. Yeah, I know. Rather than Late Bronze 2B or 2B. He mishandles the head sword data and seems to conflate the stratigraphy. Yeah, he does. Windle is really beholden to ABR. This is as Late Bronze 2A, as late as ABR will let him push it, without him being an outcast at ABR. If he kind of goes beyond that late Bronze 2A for the Conquest, he's just going to be an outcast at ABR. Because then he's a late dater at that point. So 2A is as late as he can push this without him being a late dater. So Wendell is, if he wants to stay in Scott Stripling's and ABR's good graces, he can't go later than 2A, even though all the evidence is against him. Apparently, Wendell has even suggested that the destruction of Hatzor by the Israelites was a literary hyperbole, because there is no evidence of a late Bronze 2A destruction at Hatzor. So, yeah, he mishandles everything. But again, he's beholden to ABR's thought policing. So again, what can you do with that? If he wants to stay in their good books, he has to do what they say. And for some people, that's more important than where the evidence leads you. So, unfortunately, that's sort of what's going on there. Next question here from Gizbo SBOL. Do you think there was a power struggle after the death of Amenhotep II? Yes. There was some sort of power struggle. We're not exactly sure what it was. If it happened after his death or before his death. It's not clear. The crown prince of Amenhotep II was Prince Amenhotep. Thutmose was not the crown prince just prior to his death. So the question is, the big question is going to be, was Prince Amenhotep somehow removed from the crown prince position before the death of Amenhotep II? Or was he removed from the basically crown prince by Thutmose himself after the death of Amenhotep II? We're not sure. So, we also don't know if there was an actual power struggle either. There could have been a power struggle. That is a possibility, but we're not sure why Prince Amenhotep did not take the throne. We have no idea why he didn't take the throne. It's just, we're just sort of going, okay, we know he was crown prince, and he didn't become king. We just don't know the circumstances behind that. Did he die? Was he eaten by a crocodile? Not that hasn't ever happened to a kingly royal line.
Really don't care about.
Yeah, crocodiles don't care about blue blood. It doesn't matter to them. Was Prince Amenhotep eaten by a crocodile, and his body never recovered? Was he, killed and left out in the desert by his brother Thutmose? We don't know. We just know, was he driven into exile by Amenhotep II? Again, we just don't know. So, that's one of the mysteries that we just haven't got the information for. So, hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Really appreciate it. And finally, Gizbo SBOL asks, do you agree with Rensburg that Judges 5:19 implies that Iron Age 1 Megiddo had already been destroyed, and that the victory of Deborah and Barak may be connected to the fall destruction of Iron Age 1 Tanakh? Well, let's see what the text says. Because if the text is amenable to that, I don't have a problem with it. Judges 5:19 basically says the kings came and fought, and this is the battle of Deborah and Barak against Sisera and the king of Hatzor. And they then fought the kings of Canaan at Tanakh near the waters of Megiddo. They took no plunder in silver. Yeah, it doesn't say that Megiddo was standing at the time. It could have been destroyed. I don't have any problems with this per se. It's possible that Megiddo was destroyed at this point. So, so with that said, I think the victory of I mean, they're definitely talking here about at Tanakh. So it would be more the destruction of Iron Age 1 Tanakh than it would Megiddo. Because it doesn't even talk about Megiddo here, except that they're at the spring of Megiddo. But it doesn't even say that Tanakh itself was destroyed. So, again, the kings are fighting in open field. So this is one thing we have to be careful of with Judges 5 anyway, is not to overread what Judges 5 is saying. Judges 5 doesn't claim that any particular cities were destroyed, at least not as far as I can recall. But it is saying that they were fighting in essentially an open field, and no cities were taken as such. So even the idea that it might be connected to the fall or destruction of Tanakh would be suppositional. So I'd be very careful with that too. So anyway, I hope that helped. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Okay, next one here is from Smiley Bonbon. It's good to see you here, Bonbon. For $2 Canadian, thank you very much. Does amoral Sheol contradict the later moral afterlife? It certainly wouldn't be consistent. Okay? Now, I want to make something clear about Sheol in general. Sheol is not amoral. Sheol is impartial. But just because something is impartial doesn't mean it's immoral. Okay? Amoral. Not immoral, amoral. Without morals. Okay? We do know that Sheol is divided into two components prior to the resurrection of Christ, or the crucifixion of Christ, which is that there's Abraham's bosom, which is a place for, people who are essentially in God's favor and are effectively saved under the old covenant and the promise of the new. So those people are reaping, say, blessed relief from their sufferings. The other half of Sheol, the Hades portion, are undergoing basically summary judgment pending their final judgment, as it were. So they're in the place of suffering. So it's one of those things where just because there's sort of impartiality in Sheol doesn't mean there's no morality in Sheol. God's will is being affected through judgment. And judgment always carries a moral component. So if you didn't have judgment, you don't have morality. But Sheol has judgment. There is an aspect to judgment in Sheol. So if there's an aspect of judgment in Sheol, some sort of morality must be at play within Sheol. Ryan Cohenkamp says, was Sheol ever supposed to be the final place in Jewish understanding? It's going to depend upon when you mean in Jewish understanding, because Jewish understanding does change over time. We don't know what, say, the earlier phases of Jewish understanding would suppose Sheol would be like, but it's clear by the end of the Second Temple period that many Jews thought that there would be a resurrection from Sheol. And if there was a resurrection of the body, then Sheol would not be the final place. But again, this is going to depend largely upon when you're talking about within sort of the continuum of Jewish understanding. So definitely by Second Temple period, they're already talking about resurrection at that point. So
Who said the question? Does it mean hurting humans? Or is it
Louis Sandoval asks, but what does it mean suffering in the afterlife? Does it mean demons torturing humans of sort like, or is it more a solitary place? Well, it isn't the former. Okay, demons don't torture anybody. Okay, they're losers. Demons are losers. They're going to be suffering alongside humans. Okay, so demons don't torture humans in the afterlife. That's sort of a myth that gets cycled, thanks to a lot of medieval paintings. But it's more that there's a penalty of discomfort that accompanies basically the price for sin. Okay, so think of it as eternal discomfort and separation. It's a two-part thing. So suffering in the afterlife is basically you're going to be suffering discomfort for your actions in this life and separation from everyone else. Okay? So you're going to be suffering alone. Why are you going to be suffering alone? Because your neighbor doesn't love you enough to want to hear it. So that's why, essentially, it's more than just a solitary place. It's a solitary place in a crowd. You're in a crowd of people, and nobody cares. Yes. Yeah. 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 So so you're going to be in a crowd, hurting, and nobody cares. That's the misery of hell. Yeah. Mama says, in this case, misery does not love company. Exactly. Yeah. Andrew Graham says, so much like Earth right now. Yeah, it is.
theoretically, probably people did.
Louis Sandoval says, but could people in hell hurt each other? Yeah, sure. They can inflict pain on each other. You just wouldn't die from it. And it might even add to your suffering in hell. So here's the thing. A person could, because people are going to be embodied in hell. People will receive a resurrection body in hell. So there's nothing saying that one guy couldn't punch another. Now what's going to happen is the guy that gets hit is going to hurt. And the guy that does the hitting, it's going to add to his torment. And neither of them are going to care. So, yeah, it is just going to be ugly. Ugly, ugly, ugly in hell. Yeah, hell fights. Andrew Graham says, so Dr. Falk is ECT. I'm what's called passive ECT. Okay? A passive eternal conscious torment. Okay? Basically, that the torment is a property of the place itself. Okay?
surrounded by exes and mother-in-law.
That dude's a dude so surrounded by exes and mother-in-laws. Ooh, 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 ooh. Warrior of the Most High, no wonder they'll gnash their teeth. Oh, yeah. Ryan Cohen Cap, everyone's kung fu fighting. But here's what's going to eventually happen in in hell. It's everyone is just going to get tired of beating each other up. That's what's going to happen eventually. A torpor is going to set in. Okay? Torpor will eventually set in. And then the most cruel thing possible will happen. Apathy. Complete and utter apathy. So yeah, they'll probably start off beating each other up. And then at some point, they're going to come to the conclusion, it's not worth it. And then apathy is going to have set up and then drift. And people are just going to go their separate ways and never communicate with each other.
C.S. Lewis. It can be believed.
Gaius Octavius says, can people leave hell like C.S. Lewis seemed to think? Yes. He did think people could leave hell, but didn't. And that's the important thing. C.S. Lewis was not a universalist. He was not a universalist. He was not a recidivist. He didn't believe people left hell. He said people could leave hell. It is basically his words where the great tragedy of hell is you could open the gates of hell and no one would walk out. That's not the same as saying people could anytime they wanted to leave. It's more that even if the doors were open, if the gates were opened, nobody would leave. There's no point. No point in locking the gates. That's more Lewis's point, is that it didn't matter if they locked the gates or not. No one's leaving. No one wants to leave. Because the alternative is holiness. That's the alternative. It's to bend the knee to Christ in holiness. That's the alternative. For those who choose hell, and hell's a choice. It's a choice based upon your relationship to Jesus Christ.
That's the quote.
Yeah, the dude has it. Quote, the doors to hell are locked from the inside. Yeah. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, they're locked from the inside. Darkblade says, so people beating up the National Socialist mustache man will eventually stop caring? Yeah. Yeah, everyone in there will stop caring. That's the ultimate trajectory of eternal torment. People stop caring. People have reached their maximum. I don't want any more. I don't want any more pain than I already am experiencing. Thank you. Not interested in a fight. So, Bubble Trouble says, let's see, what was it? Hell is just a Walmart at 6 a.m. Yeah. You could make that analogy. Yeah, oh yeah. Hell's a Walmart at 6 a.m. You go in there and people are full of apathy. Yeah, no one cares. No one wants to talk. No one wants to pick a fight. Well, some do at 6 a.m., but very few. So yeah, that's exactly what's going on. Bubble trouble leads their customers. Well, maybe the store people, the store guys want to pick a fight, but
The doors to Walmart are locked.
Ryan Cohen Cap, the doors of Walmart are locked from the inside. Bubble Trouble says it sucks because I give a damn. Yeah, well, yeah. That's the thing that sucks about hell is we don't want people to go there. It's a terrible place. It's a terrible existence. You know? But you can't prevent people from going to Walmart at 6 a.m. It's a terrible place. Mama says, at Bubble Trouble, badge of dishonor, 14-year-old. Good times. Good times. Hey, even we can see the lighter side of hell. Fantastic. All right, let's move on here. So I think we've covered Bonbon's question about whether Shale is amoral or not. He also sent us a super sticker, which we want to thank him for. $1 super sticker. Thank you so much for your support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. Gandalf the Based.
They'll still say it there.
Hell is when Canadians stop saying sorry. Yeah, but Canadians will say sorry even when they're committing war crimes, so I'm not sure that really helps. Some more coffee here. The caffeine must flow. Gandalf the Base. Geneva Conventions? More like Geneva Suggestions, eh? Darkblade. And heaven is when Canadians start pronouncing sorry correctly and stop drenching fries in cheese and gravy. Hey, cheese and gravy's good. Fries and cheese and gravy is excellent. It's good stuff, Maynard. You haven't lived until you've eaten poutine. Poutine is the bee's knees. CPM versus DOS. Remember, kids, it's only a war crime if we call it a war and get caught doing a crime. Well, that's not the Canadian rule. Canadian rule is it's only a war. It's not a war crime the first time. That's how Canadians have done it. Canadians have committed war crime after war crime, but they're always the first to do it, and it's not on the books in Geneva. So it's like. Oh boy. It makes so many rules because of the Canadians. They made rules about throwing food than grenades. Antique weapons. Oh yeah. Using a sword in a modern war is considered a war crime.
So much more polite to just.
Canadians are largely responsible for this because some of those guys were bringing like claymores into, like Scottish claymores into the fight, or and cavalry sabers and that sort of thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. It got crazy. Uh, Canadians. Mama has it right here. Don't poo-poo poutine. It's really tasty. Oh, yeah. It's really delicious. The dude's a dude. Ironically, most of the Geneva Convention rules are because of Canadians. Yeah, that's our legacy. Scuttworthen, is there any truth to the scuttlebutt in the course about Canadian Army committing war crimes? Oh, it's so true. Is it all surreal rumors from the sick in the head O3 grunts? I have no idea what that means, but um, everything from shooting prisoners to throwing cans of food and then grenades after it. Yeah, Canadians are responsible for all those war crimes, but they did before they were war crimes. So
Usually a pretty nasty business.
yeah, yeah. So they were really, really creative about the war crimes. Um, putting diseased food out there. I mean, the Canadians were horrible when it comes to war crimes. Annie Manuel says, Poutine got me through university. Well, fantastic. I had mac and cheese.
It got
and
so Gwenny.
It did get us through. Poutine did get us through Gwenny's tooth trends. There was a place where we would camp out. We couldn't camp out at the vet when we had our first rabbit because the waiting room in the vets was too small. So we would go to this mall, and they had a poutine stand there, and we would oh yeah, poutine was so good, so good. They also had a Jamaican jerk place there too that was really good. Alrighty. SlamRN says, is that biblical? Which? The war crimes or the poutine? Is the poutine a war crime? Inquiring minds want to know. Good times. All right, next super chat here is from Messianic Talmud. For $5. Thank you for the super chat. Is the best location of Tarshish in southern Spain. So Jonah wanted to go in the complete opposite direction of Nineveh. Okay, now there's a couple of candidates for Tarshish. Some say it is in Spain. That is one candidate. A second candidate is Tesseros, and a third candidate is Tarsus, as in Saul of Tarsus. Now, the problem with the latter two candidates is you don't really need a boat to get there. You can get to Tarsus on land through an overland route. Yep. You walk up Canaan into Anatolia, and you're practically at Tarsus. You don't need a boat to get there. So there's no call for him to book passage on a boat to get to Tarsus. So and pretty much the same with Tesseros. That leaves us with Tarshish being Tartessos. Yeah, that's Tartessos. So it's someplace you have to get there by boat. And frankly, the only place you can go by boat is somewhere in the Mediterranean. So I still think that Spain is a pretty good choice for this. So I still think Spain is probably the best route. And the fact is, the ship would probably sail if it's following the trade the the Mediterranean flows in a certain pattern too. It flows in actually a clockwise pattern. Okay? Which is why the trade routes they had. So if you're booking a passage for a long distance trip, I'm not talking about short distance trips, but long distance trips, they tend to go, if you're leaving from Tyre or Sidon, they tend to go south because of the Mediterranean current. So they tend to go south because again, the current in the Mediterranean goes clockwise. It goes clockwise. So what happens is you end up going past Egypt first, across northern Africa, and then you end up in Spain. And then you come back across, say, Spain, Italy, and Greece. So if you're booking long distance passage, that's generally the route you're going to take. And the reason why is if you have to go against the current, it's a lot of rowing. It's a lot of counterwinds. It's really difficult. And they did do this for short distances. If you had to go from, say, short distances between islands, yeah, you'd get your slaves to start rowing. Row the boat. In time. But if you're a normal merchant fisher, you probably didn't have slaves to row, so you followed the trade currents. Yeah, crack that whip. Crack that whip. Row, Gelflings, row!
How long would it full trip?
John asks, how long would a full trip around the Mediterranean have taken? It only takes about a month. It's actually not that long. Once you're in sort of the current stream, it only takes about a month. It's really pretty fast. So, yeah. Murph Monson asks, could Ophir have been in Africa since Solomon got apes and different animals? Yeah, possibly. I'd have to look it up though. I'd have to see exactly what the passage says. But if it's apes, it probably is Africa, because you don't get many apes outside of Africa. So you'd have to then go to Asia. That's the next. You wouldn't get them from Europe. You wouldn't get them from at least from the Near East. You'd have to go to Asia if you wanted apes outside of Africa. So if you get apes, yeah, Africa's the most likely source.
Would Jonah's storm be the
Ryan Comcamp asked, would Jonah's storm be the same type as Pulse storm? Potentially, yes. Because here's how storms work in the Mediterranean. The way they work in the Mediterranean is not what... They basically result from an Arctic overflow. There's an Arctic stream that goes over Europe, over the Swiss Alps, and then onto the Mediterranean. Now, normally this stream goes right across the Mediterranean and then hits places like Libya. But sometimes it veers eastward. And when it veers eastward, this is where you get sort of the torrential rains that hit Israel and basically some catastrophic storms. So yeah, the source of the storm for Jonah and Pulse storm would have been the same, which is that Arctic flow over the Alps. This is the same reason why Egypt sometimes gets torrential rains, snow, and hail. Yes, so hail and snow is again all because of that Arctic flow that goes over the Alps, cools down when it's over the Alps, and then just dumps wind and snow and rain all over all over the messy places. Okay, so I think we covered Tarshish here pretty well. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I still think it's Spain, and I think they're going to be going. Jonah would be traveling because it's a long distance trip. They would be traveling south, where it's again across Africa because of the clockwise flow of the Mediterranean. So, hope that helps. Thank you for that super chat. Our next super chat is also here from Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you very much for this super chat. He says, can the presence of ashlars and Proto-Aeolic capitals in Israelite cities in the 10th and 9th centuries BCE be suggestive of kingdom architecture? Yeah, sure. Now, here's the thing. By themselves, probably not. Because you can find ashlars and Proto-Aeolic capitals in, say, temple architecture that's not necessarily connected to a kingdom. But if it is connected to, say, a palace, then absolutely. Once you've got palatial architecture happening, then usually if there's a palace, there's a king, and if there's a king, there's kingdom architecture. So it depends upon the context of the capitals. Capitals by themselves? Probably not. Capitals in a palace? Yeah, that's suggestive of kingdom architecture. And if you've got a palace, like they found that 10th century Davidic palace in the city of David, yeah, absolutely. That does highly suggestive. I mean, that is kingdom architecture. So, again, it's going to ultimately depend upon what is the context, the archaeological context in which those capitals are found. But, yeah. Darkblade, wait, what are pre-Aeolic capitals doing in Israel this early? Aeolic is a subset. Proto-Aeolic. He means pre-Aeolic. Okay? So anything prior to the Greeks is Aeolic, or is Proto-Aeolic. So Egyptian columns, many of them are Proto-Aeolic because they predate Greek capitals. Okay? So he's just saying that this is a pre-Greek capital, as it were. So I wouldn't read too much into the Aeolic here. Just that's pre-Greek. And there are lots of these columns that were pre-Greek, as it were. As I said, Egypt had tons of these. Almost every architecture that you find in Egypt is going to be pre-Aeolic. All right, next one here. Is from Common Lurker. For $2, thank you for the super chat. What was the population of Avaris when abandoned? That is, in fact, I can give you the exact numbers on this because I was just working on this section for my book. New estimates have come out by Irene Forster Muller. And she is going to say, I'm going to find it here for you. I'll even give you the citation because I happen to have the citation handy. So, find it here. Okay, Irene Forster Muller estimates that the size of Avaris to be between 29,000 and 34,500 people. And that's based upon pottery production at the site. And you can find that in her article, Avaris and its harbors at the Avaris and its harbors and the Peru-Nefer problem. And this was published in Egyptian Archaeology, Volume 45, 2014, page 32. So I just happened to be working on that last night. So that's how I know. So, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. So essentially, between 30 and roughly 30 and 35,000. That's the ballpark figure here. Mama asks an interesting question here. Does Genesis 30:15 imply that Jacob was not giving Leah any of his time? Justice, hashtag justice for Leah. Yeah, she got a raw deal there. Well, let's go to Genesis here. Genesis 30, verse 15. Okay. I will take it in context here. Verse 14. Now, in the days of the wheat harvest, Reuben went and found mandrakes in the field and brought them to his mother Leah. And Rachel said to Leah, please give me some of your son's mandrakes. Now, I will say this. This is applied pharmacology. Ooh. He was going to slip Jacob mandrakes. Okay? To give him the energy he needs to do the marital deed. Mandrakes are serious poison too, by the way. But Rachel had the chutzpah to go out and harvest some mandrakes. And her response to Rachel was, but she said to her, is it a small matter for you to take my husband? And would you take my son's mandrakes also? So Rachel said, therefore, he may lie with you tonight in return for your son's mandrakes. Okay, so. Oh boy. So. They're making a trade here. Trade here for time and bedtime. For sleepy time. They're making a trade for sleepy time. Rachel apparently gets more sleepy time than Leah. But there's a lack of performance in the bedroom. Okay? So, Jacob is having difficulty doing it. So, Rachel said, what's one night? What is one night with Jacob if I can get better performance in the bedroom? So that's the trade. Boy.
You get the feeling that Jacob's not much respected by his wife?
Yeah, Mrs. Producer says, do you get the sense that Jacob is not much respected by his wives? Yeah, oh yeah. Mama goes, yeesh. Yep. Well, you asked the question. It's not my fault you regret the answer. So that's the exchange here. Okay. Leah gets a night. She doesn't normally get. In exchange, Rachel gets the applied pharmacology for better performance in the bedroom. It's a good deal, I think. Mama goes, no regrets. Okay, so yeah, Jacob was not giving Leah time. He had a preference. He had a strong preference. And Andrew Grimm says Viagra effectively. Yeah, it was a Viagra effectively. That's exactly what mandrakes were. They were the ancient form of Viagra. Uh, but it also seems to be that because he was playing favorites, he wasn't doing so well in the bedroom. I don't know how many people. This is not something you're going to get in your. I would love to hear some pastor preach on this someday from the pulpit. This would be fantastic to hear some pastor preach this from the pulpit that Jacob couldn't get it up.
You're very.
I'm very tired because I found it very funny.
Not my church.
Andrew Graham, not in my church, laugh out loud. CPM versus DOS. Amazing sermon. 10 out of 10. No sleeping this Sunday. Ah, yes. Andrew goes, hey man, if you're struggling, here's some mandrakes. Yeah, don't do that. They are poison. They are poison. But sometimes those poisons have that effect too. So, applied pharmacology. DBC asks, easy, polygamy is messy and it doesn't work. Look at Jacob's family. What a mess. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. I mean, who wants that? I mean, I know there's a growing polygamy movement today, and it's just like, you're crazy. You're absolutely nuts if you want that. Okay, so I think we've covered Mama's question here. So let's move on here. We'll take this next one from Common Lurker. Was the Semitic settlement in Avaris during the Hyksos from people outside Egypt, like Joseph's family? BTOC seems to think Hyksos era wave came from within Egypt. What is your opinion? It's a yes to both. Both people from outside, and it's people from in Egypt. Now, the Hyksos era wave, there were two waves of people that came to Avaris. Okay, both of them ultimately came from the outside. But what B-Talk is driving at here is that the Hyksos era wave originated from, say, Semitic peoples and some Libyans too, who had entered into the Nile area during the 11th dynasty and then started concentrating, moving into Avaris. Okay? So that's what he means by the Hyksos era wave. This is the dynasty 14 to dynasty 15 transition. Is that these people are basically Semites and Libyans that are in the Nile Delta. They're hunting and fishing, but they want to start reaping the benefits of an urban lifestyle. So they're moving into Avaris. So that's the first wave of people settling at Avaris. Is they're already in Egypt during the 11th and 12th dynasties, and then they're just moving in during the 13th, 14th, and 15th. That's wave one. Okay, but there's a second wave that comes in during Dynasty 15. And these are the results of, say, the famine of the Middle Bronze Age that takes place, and that is Joseph's family. So Joseph's family is not part of that first wave of occupation of Avaris. He's part of the second wave. So that's really where Joseph fits in. He fits into the second wave. And probably the beginning of Dynasty 15 is when his family enters. So that's our best guesstimation as to when him and Jacob's family arrives. Okay, so yeah, Scott Worthen says they spoke Amoritic in both waves. Yeah, they did. The trickling started in the 11th dynasty. And that's correct. The first wave was Dynasty 14 monarchy, the Semitic state in unity of the Delta. Second wave Joseph. They're already coming in. They're already coming in Dynasty 13. They're already starting to move into Avaris in 13, but pretty much 14. I mean, you're close enough with 14 here. That's when they sort of come in. So.
Ryan's.
Ryan Cohnkamp says, would the Israelite enslavement been because of the downfall of the Hyksos? Yeah, exactly. It's because of that. Here's what happened. When the 17th dynasty attacks the 15th dynasty, 15th dynasty is the Hyksos, 17th dynasty is the Thebans. So the Thebans attack and conquer Avaris. Now they're going to view Avaris as a foreign state at that point. It's basically filled with foreigners. They view it as a foreign state, and they'll treat Avaris like a foreign city to be conquered. So they don't consider Avaris at that point part of their Egypt. They see it as a foreign country. So what happens is they come in and they conquer Avaris roughly in 1535 BC, and it's at that point they enslave the population. We see that enslavement documented in the biography of Ahmose, son of Abana, which was one of the generals under Ahmose I. So that's when we do see the enslavement is at the end of the 15th dynasty, beginning of the 18th. And that transition from the 17th to the 18th is marked by the conquest of Avaris. So when that's the turning point. That's the turning point. Ahmose I is technically last king of the 17th dynasty, first king of the 18th. So he's both. But it's that conquest of Avaris that marks that change in dynasty. So I hope that helps. Thank you for that question. Really appreciate it. All right. Next one here is from Messianic Talmud for $5. Thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. How expansive was Shiloh when it contained the tabernacle in 1 Samuel 4:12 to 13? Did it actually have a northern and southern gate? Okay, let's just read the passage and then we'll talk about Shiloh. 1 Samuel 4:12 to 13. Now a man of Benjamin ran from the battle line and came to Shiloh the same day with his clothes torn and dust on his head. When he came, beheld Eli was sitting on a seat by the road, eagerly watching, because his heart was trembling for the ark of God. So the man came to tell it in the city, and all the city cried out. Okay. Now, what we know of Shiloh is that it was actually an extensive ritual complex. Now, I will say this. I will give ABR its due here. And all their monkeying with the data aside, and all their sort of stupidity with the early Exodus dating of that sort of taints their view of the site. Shiloh, much of the mapping of Shiloh, they've actually done a really good job with. I just wish they'd publish it properly. Okay? We do know that there were several complexes around Shiloh. So, Shiloh seems to have been a site that existed in the Middle Bronze Age. So, and there might even be some early Bronze. I don't know exactly how far back, but it goes way back. Okay? It is before the conquest. But it's already a ritual site by the Late Bronze Age. So by the Late Bronze Age, it's already a ritual site. It's already an expansive ritual site. And the tabernacle more or less sort of takes over the buildings of Shiloh. But they continue to build there. They continue to build there into the into early Iron 1. So Iron 1, they're still building at Shiloh. And they've so far found 4 large buildings there, sort of set up in a ring pattern around what seems to be a central ritual area. So yeah, there's a whole lot of extra building that was done at Shiloh. Lots of ritual activity there. It was almost a temple. It's almost safe to say that it was a temple built around, or rebuilt around the tabernacle. It wasn't strictly rebuilt because there was already buildings there, but they sort of kept adding to it. So there was a sort of a central, as I say, a central ritual area, and then at least 3 or 4 buildings that surrounded it. So, yeah, it would have probably had northern and southern gate of some kind at that point. So, Mama says, do we know why Shiloh was attractive as a base to them? Partially location. It's in the Judean foothills. It's on it's in the Judean foothills. It's on sort of the kind of midway between various it's kind of between the Shephelah and the bulk of the Judean foothills. It's central. First of all, it's central. The second thing was, it wasn't a... We don't know what the ritual practice at Shiloh was, but it also doesn't seem to have undergone harem. So it probably had started as sort of a worship site to an El cult. And if it's practice worship of, say, El Elyon, or say El Shaddai, that would have seen as being ritually compatible with Israelite worship. So that's probably the reason why it was very attractive. It already in say, as I said, in the Middle Bronze Age, had a central position as a important cult site. But at the same time, too, it was central to other territories as well. It's more easterly, though, than westernly. So it also was kind of far... It would have been far away from, say, the Merneptah conquest of the Shephelah. So it had sort of, again, the central position within the Judean highlands. So it's geographically attractive. It is probably cultically attractive, too. So, was it close to Shechem? I'd have to look that up on a map per se, but I believe it was fairly close. Yeah. Can't really see this. Let's look at some maps here just quickly. And, of course, it's giving me Vancouver. Thank you for not being helpful. All right, there's Ancient Shiloh. Yeah, so it's take the road straight up from Jerusalem, and you'll hit Shiloh. Essentially,
To know if it was near Vancouver.
was it near Vancouver? Well,
Absolutely.
absolutely. Vancouver's the center of the universe. Let's see, where's Shechem in all this? All right, there's Shechem. If you go a little further north, you then hit Shechem. Okay. So it's Shiloh is in the Judean foothills. You go straight up from Jerusalem, and you will hit Shechem. It's on the same latitude as Tel Aviv. Okay. And then go further north again, and then you'll hit Shechem. So, but it is very central as far as if you're starting to divide lands. Yeah, Shiloh's a great place to do it because it wouldn't be in the center of anyone's particular holdings. So, okay. Next one. Moving on here. Captain asks, how is prophecy meant to be taken? Conditionally or determined? It could be either. And it could be neither. Not all prophecies are predetermined. Some are conditional. Some are determined and you can't get out of it. Some are recontextualized and meant to be recontextualized. There isn't one clear intention for prophecies in general. So a lot of it's going to depend upon context of the prophecy. So it's again, it's just going to depend upon what the prophecy is, essentially. Some are conditional, some are determined, and some are recontextualized. So again, just going to depend. Next one. Here is from way down. It's from Sentinel Apologetics for $10 Australian. Thank you very much, Robert. Good to see you here tonight. Blessings, David. Here's a mini rant about personal observation I had this morning. Oh, love those rants. I woke up to find my entire YouTube feed all about Islamic debunking. Honestly, I'm over it. It's boring now. That's kind of what my feeling was towards apologetics towards Islam. It's boring. It ends up being a rant and a screaming match, ultimately. And this is, how do I say this? There are two kinds of apologetics that you do find out there. You find that there are what we call ethnic apologetics, and then there are what we would call, say, ecclesiastical apologetics. Okay? Now, there's probably more types than that. But Um,
You do know.
there are more. Yeah, I know there's more to go on here. But I just want to make that comment. And I just find that when you're dealing with Islam, you're not so much dealing with ecclesiastical or theological apologetics. What you're more dealing with is ethnic apologetics. And I'll explain that all in a moment. All right? So, and his next super chat here for $10 Australian. He says, I wish my YouTube friends would go back to biblical gospel-focused teaching. It seems I'm the only one excited for upcoming monographs or commentaries with a gospel-focused reverence. Why do you think I stick to teaching? Teaching's more interesting. Much more interesting. It's a heck of a lot more interesting. You get to learn cool stuff. And then he finally adds here, for $5, thank you for the super chat. And that's precisely what I'm going to do with my upcoming Bible science project. Do you feel the same? Oh, I feel that teaching the Bible is foundational. It is absolutely foundational. The Bible in its context is the foundation of everything else. We're missing right now, what's missing right now in, say, the YouTube discourse is sound foundational teaching. Okay? This is why I don't get into, say, I mean, I know all the apologetic stuff. Okay? I know Islamic apologetics. I know and Mormon apologetics. I know all of that stuff. Jehovah's Witness. I mean, I've studied more cults than you can shake a stick at. The problem is, though, ultimately it has to come down to foundational teachings about the Bible. If you've missed that, you might as well not do even do the rest. It just doesn't matter without that foundational teaching. And when you're dealing especially with religions that have a strong ethnic component, the rules of apologetics are very different. Okay? The rules, if the religion can be tied to an ethnicity, then what is persuasive in an apologetic framework, it can be very, very different than what is one normally accustomed to with theological apologetics. With a theological apologetics, you're dealing with stuff such as truth claims, and logic claims, and doctrinal claims. And you make those various things based upon those sort of informational standards. But when you're dealing with ethnic apologetics, what then happens with an ethnic apologetic is that you're not dealing with truth claims and logic claims and doctrinal claims. You're dealing with a whole ethnicity and the baggage that comes with that ethnicity.
Which
You know,
the most effective
yeah,
within that culture.
yeah. It's why that converts from that culture are often the most effective to do that apologetics, because they know how the rules within the ethnicity work. Like, for example, I mean, I'll give you some examples here. Okay? In Islam, if you can scream louder than the other guy, that's a more powerful apologetic. Because that's the culture, in a culture, the guy who has the most passion and forceful delivery, even if there's insults hurled, is the one that's more persuasive. In, say, if you do evangelism to Jews, you know, one of the most powerful one of the most powerful apologetics that Jewish people make to other Jews is, oh, wait, you can't become a Christian because they're persecutors of the Jews. You're now betraying your own blood here. It's an ethnic argument. It's an ethnic argument. It's not based on logic. It's not based on sound reasoning. It's not based upon doctrine. It's based upon a entire cultural framework. And I'll even go one more further. Mormonism is essentially a ethnic apologetic. The burning in my bosom, I know it's true. That's an ethnic apologetic. Okay? The fact that, polygamy was rife in the ranks of the early church, early Mormon church. The fact that there was racism all over the place. The fact that Joseph Smith made up an entire language to translate the Book of Abraham. None of that matters. As if they claim that in the burning of the bosom, that I know that Joseph Smith was a true prophet and everything that he said was true, that's going to be persuasive among, say, Mormons. Again, it's an ethnic apologetic. It's not a ecclesiastical or theological apologetic. So, and Rob adds here, I guess, for $5, thank you again for their support of the channel. We really appreciate it. He says, I guess what I'm also frustrated about is that those Christian YouTubers tend to use basic resources to dunk on Islam rather than actual scholarship. Well, that's laziness. That's just laziness. And you could very much engage Islam on, say, using deep resources. Okay? But what you're going to end up having to do then is you have to really you're going to have to then decide who is the target of the apologetic. And this is the issue, is if your target is other Islamic scholars, yeah, that might be persuasive. Mrs. Producer and I knew a Islamic scholar who's a very nice man. Okay. We knew him through the conferences we attended. And very, very reasonable. Very reasonable. Very interesting guy. You could talk to him on a very, very deep intellectual level. And he genuinely listened to what you had to say. Okay? But we would get imams in sometimes. They wouldn't listen at all. So, they wouldn't sit beside you because you're haram.
They would be on a panel.
Yeah.
And know they were invited to the panel. And they refused to sit next to other members.
Yeah. They would be on a panel, but they would refuse to sit on the panel with other people of different faiths because they were haram. So it doesn't matter if you get the deeper resources if you cannot be able to communicate, at least through what is culturally, that's ethnically persuasive. So this is going to be a long-standing problem. And I would say this: if you are going to pursue an ethnic apologetic, as I said, again, here these count as ethnic apologetics. Ministries to Hindus, ministries to Buddhists, ministries to Jews, ministry to Islam, ministry to Mormons. All of that's going to count as ethnic apologetic. If you do that, you're going to have to dedicate your life to it. Okay? Because that is nothing less than your entire life dedicated to this is going to be persuasive. Because it comes down to how much are you willing to put in to reach these people as an outsider. You'll always be seen as an outsider. Ethnic apologetics has, as a vital part of its component, an us versus them dynamic. Us, we trust 100%. You? Oh no, you're a heathen. We don't trust you at all. So you're going to have to build a sense of trust that's really, really difficult to build under an ethnic apologetic framework.
You really have to bring something unique to the table.
Yeah.
Ludeman's difference versus witness.
Yeah.
That guy in Africa, Russia, full African robes.
Yeah, you would have to get a unique angle on this. So stock apologetics isn't going to work. So stock apologetics is not going to work. You are going to need a special angle on it and a lifetime commitment.
You have to genuinely care about
you have to
people.
genuinely care about these people too.
It's not a game to win.
It's not a game to win. This is not something that you can dally into and dally out of. And I think this is really, really to do this sort of apologetics is a commitment. It's a life commitment. It's not a season. These are not seasonal ministries. These are life choices. So if you don't want to give that attention to this, you're better not making it a major part of your ministry. Mama says, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And yeah, if you do that for an ethnic apologetic ministry, it's a huge commitment. So it's not something you can get bored with and drop. It's something that you are going to have to carry with you 20, 30, 40 years. So a lot of people who are jumping on board right now. Okay, David Wood, it's his whole thing.
It's his life commitment.
It's his life commitment. Okay, he's got the right mindset to do this long term. He's going to make the life commitment to do this. I'm not willing to. I think that I have other callings. I want to do foundational Bible teaching. Okay, that's what I would call for. Gandalf the Base asks IP. I think he's pretty much done with it too. I think he's
really great friends.
He's a good friend of mine. IP is a very good friend of mine, but I think he's starting to hit the wall. He's that's Mike Jones of Inspiring Philosophy. I think he's hit the wall at this point. I think he's seen some of the problems of that kind of ministry.
Again, he did his part. He's really good friends with Down. But he's got a wider...
Yeah. Andrew Graham says, Mike is getting sick of it. I think he means sick, not seek.
I think he was being...
Yeah. He wants to shift gears, but can't. Yeah, he's going to eventually... I think if I know Mike well enough, I think he will eventually shift gears out of it. It is just it's a heavy burden. Ethnic apologetics is a heavy burden. And it's a heavy burden, but it's not something that, unless you've dedicated your entire life to it, you're just not going to be effective in. And frankly, David Wood isn't even going to see the fruit of his efforts for another 10, 20 years. In 10, 20 years, he'll start seeing fruit. That's just how long this takes. So I think it's just Mike doesn't have the long-term interest to keep up an ethnic apologetics ministry. And frankly, this for him is probably a season. It was, when I went through, there was a time when I was very interested in counter-cult ministries. And it's like, okay, I could see the difficulty of doing this long term. And that's experience talking at this point. Right now it's very fashionable to do a lot of anti-Islamic stuff because Islam is filling the vacuum that Christianity is leaving behind. Now, I think the better approach here is foundational teaching. Don't create the vacuum in the first place. Don't create the vacuum, and you don't have to clean up after it. So
that whole thing that leaves a spiritual void.
Yeah.
In Christianity, a lot of churches spiritual.
Yeah, Rich Adams says, I think foundational teaching solves more of the problems apologetics tries to solve. I think it does too. So this is why I choose to do foundational teaching instead. So, teach people well, and you don't have to clean up the mess. I think it's that straightforward. So, yeah, we all go through things. Central Apologetics says, thanks, David. Helpful comments. You're most welcome. Really appreciate your support of the ministry. It's hard. I know this is hard to sometimes start something and thinking you're doing God's work and then discovering, hey, it's not as effective as you hoped it to be. This happens to all of us sometimes, so. Okay, so let's move on here. Next question here. Mama, here's a question from earlier on. Can bad ox carts get the driver killed? Well, if Assassin's Creed Origins is any proof of it, yes, it can. Very much so. Louis Sandoval asks, what's your opinion of Marian apparitions? Are they satanic or not? That's a bifurcation fallacy. Marian apparitions can be all across the spectrum. I have not found a single Marian apparition that I would say is genuine, but I haven't looked at all of them either. I have seen some that are, how do I say this? Clearly something else. Like there was one of a Marian apparition that happened to a Coptic church in Egypt that I think was clearly St. Elmo's fire. Now, if you don't know what St. Elmo's fire is, it's a sort of bluish, purplish, there's my thing going wild again. Static discharge that happens on the mass of sailing ships, and it can happen on steeples. Okay? But blue is also seen as the robes of Mary in some of these cultures. So, yeah, St. Elmo's fire is what it is. Okay? Those are not satanic, they're environmental. Okay? So that just happens. Okay? Now there are other times when Mary appears to people in apparitions and gives them messages. Those messages have to be evaluated according to the gospel. If they are inconsistent with the gospel, then they are satanic. So it just depends. It depends on the apparition. I'm not willing to tar all apparitions with a broad brush, but I think a lot more of them are either environmentally caused or they are essentially meant to deceive. Then I have seen that are sort of would be consistent with a historic Christian faith. Yeah, I'm talking about Zaytun. I just didn't remember the name of it. Yeah. Cereballs asks, are you talking about Zaytun? Yeah, or Zaytun. Udamio says, plus they don't confirm one denomination over another, even if they were true. Well, you get some Marian apparitions that are calling for penance. Penance is not a biblical concept, even though it's often promoted by, say, the Catholic Church. Penance comes out of the Apocrypha. It doesn't come out of Scripture. So.
And that's one of Marian apparitions, more on the dubious side.
Yeah.
But it's the same as if you had an angelic vision.
Yeah.
Saying, even a prophetic vision.
Oh yeah, it's like the prophetic.
Does it match up with confirmed scripture?
Yeah, it's like the angelic revelation mentioned in Galatians. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, here, Galatians chapter 1, verse 6. I'm amazed that you are so quickly deserting him who called you by the grace of Christ for a different gospel. The grace of Christ! Unmerited favor of Christ! Boy, doesn't that preach. You want to preach? This is a great way. The grace of Christ, the unmerited favor of Christ for a different gospel, which is not really another. Only there are some who are disturbing you and want to distort the gospel of Christ. But even though we, or an angel from heaven, should preach to you a gospel contrary to that which we have preached to you, let him be accursed. Anathema. Oh boy, that's powerful language. Anathema is the New Testament equivalent of toevo. Toevo is abomination. Anathema is basically the curse of curses. Okay? Most accursed. It's strong language. This is strong language. He's basically saying, if you see an angel in the heavens whose wings span across the stars, and he thunders and he bolts with lightning, and he gives you a different gospel,
which is the
he is anathema.
For example, to Muslims in their religion. Well, from what
depends.
A lot of those affirm who
yeah. Louis Sandoval asks, are the Jesus apparitions, for example, to Muslims in their dreams, genuine? Now, this is the really interesting thing about some of those apparitions. They make no other claim than Jesus is who he says in the Bible. That's what's really interesting about those apparitions. They make no other claims than that. Okay? And Mama's got it right on here, which is, looks don't matter. Content of the message must line up. Absolutely. That's precisely it. If it is not consistent with what Jesus is described with in the Bible, it's not the same dude.
Merv Monson got the best example yet. Prophet who got tricked by another prophet to break his vows.
Yeah. Merv Monson says, reminds me of that prophet who got tricked by another prophet to break his vow in 2 Kings 13. Yeah. Here's the thing. I have never seen a Marian apparition go, just look up Jesus Christ in the Bible. I've never seen that. I've never heard
one say, my son Jesus is all you. Why are you looking?
Yeah, I have never seen Marian apparition redirect to Christ. But interestingly enough, I've heard of Muslim visions of Christ basically say, see me in the Bible. That's a qualitative difference between, say, a lot of the dreams that Muslims have and, say, a lot of the Marian visions. It's a qualitative difference. And it's always going to come back to, what does the Bible say about Christ? You know, even Christ asks, Peter, who do you say that I am? Who do the scriptures say that I am? Go through the scriptures and see, for they talk about me.
Yeah, the Marian apparitions are always very simple.
Yeah, Damiel's got it right. The Marian, it's always Mary-centered. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's but this is the difference you see between, say Marian visions and, say, the dreams that Muslims have. It's always, I've never heard of, I mean, I've heard of a few of those Muslim visions that were a little strange. Okay, but most of the time, go to the Bible, find me there. You seek me, I'm there. That's a powerful testimony. Because here's the thing, a demon won't do that. Okay? A demon is not going to say, go back to the Bible and see who Christ really is. Demon is not going to do that. Because that's counterproductive. A house divided will surely fall. But if you got a Marian vision and they says, oh, keep doing your penance towards and devotion towards Mary and you'll be great. Okay, you got a problem. You got a problem. So Gandalf the Base, I don't understand the Marian focus that Catholics had attached to themselves. This wasn't a big deal until post-medieval period in the church, I believe. It was like this. Marianism came about as a result of basically putting Christ on a pedestal of being too fearful, too unapproachable, too holy. Too much of everything. It was one of those things that started off with good intentions. Basically the idea that, we should hold Christ in a sacred position. Okay? But it's a position that Christ didn't even hold the Father up to. When Christ taught the disciples to pray, he said, this is how you pray. Our Father, Abba. That our daddy, literally. It's daddy who is in heaven. Holy be your name. Your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day. Give us, us poor mortals, our daily bread. And forgive us our trespasses. That switch from daddy, you're most holy, it's giving the proper respect to, hey, help us in our needs. What medieval Catholicism did was it set God as this angry, unapproachable, distant figure, and they put Christ in the same place. So how can you
wonder what their morality? Every time they encountered God, he would snark at them.
So what they did was they basically said, okay, we can't approach a figure that holy, but we can go to his mom. His mom will give us what we want. because she's more approachable. So that's basically how that's how that attachment to Marianism developed. Is she just became just the more approachable, smiley face of Christ, essentially. You know, you get the way you get to the son is get to the mom. When Christ basically said, "Yeah, I'm approachable. So is God the Father." So, well, Gandalf says nowadays I think Daddy's a bit too low for God, in my opinion. But Abba as father, absolutely. Abba means daddy. It's Aramaic for daddy. That's what it means. Um, but that's sort of the intimacy here that Christ is doing as. Excuse me.
The prayer was
Allergies. Fantastic. Okay. Well, that was fun. Okay, but we are adopted children of the Father. Okay? But as adopted children, we do have the right to approach as a son approaches a father. So I didn't just kill Dr. Falk. I'll never forgive myself. Yeah. Yeah, if I can't go to daddy, try mommy. Yeah, there is a little bit of that in there too. How do I know this is the same Dr. Falk? Oh, the ISIS thing?
yeah.
I'll take Scott's comment here. ISIS. Marianism just happens to have strong associations with it. Yeah? No. No, there's really, by the time Marianism gets into its stride, ISIS as a cult doesn't exist anymore. I mean, there's always been mother cults. That's always been a case. But, he says we Catholics picked up the bug as an STD from some. I'm not even going to say that lady. Would an Egyptologist care to comment? Yeah, I don't think the two, Marianism and ISIS cults, are not related. ISIS cults had pretty much died in the Roman world by the 4th century. They were gone. Marianism really doesn't get its stride until the 9th century. So, you get the first inklings of Marianism in, say, the 8th, 6th, 8th, or 7th, 8th century. It doesn't start to get stride till the 9th. So, Mother of God said first in Egypt. Yes, no. Mother of God is mother of a god. Well, maybe, but mother of God. The problem here is that there is no sense in, say, Egypt where one goddess would have been said to have been mother of, say, God in its entirety, in a monotheistic sense. God in this passage, in this sort of snippet here, would have to do a lot of heavy lifting to make that equivalent to what you find in Egypt.
From within
Yeah, it doesn't even come from Gnostic sources. Who said it was Gnostic?
them,
Oh, okay. there's some argument for Marianism coming from Gnostic sources. However, I think that argumentation needs more research to commit to it. I don't see it. I don't see it as coming from Gnostic sources. Here's the thing with Gnosticism. Gnostics. I'm going to sneeze again, aren't I? Great. The only thing worse than a sneeze is waiting for a sneeze. Okay, let's get back to this. I would say that one of the things about Gnosticism is Gnosticism really deprecates the flesh. It hates embodiment. Incarnation is antithetical to Gnosticism. Totally antithetical to it. Okay? So, it doesn't like the fact that Christ is incarnated. Gnosticism does not like the fact that Mary was the Theotokos. It's not something you find in Gnostic sources. You do find... The fact is, too, when we deal with Gnostic sources don't tend to have a lot of their own theology in the sources. They tend to use other people's texts, and then the secret knowledge of Gnosticism is transmitted orally to reinterpret those texts. So you're not going to actually find Marianism in Gnosticism. You're just not going to find it there. At least not in any real tangible way. You might find occasionally Mary considered an aeon. That's possible. So she might have a godlike position within a particular Gnostic group. But that's not the same as saying that that's the same as, say, Christian Marianism. It's not. Not even close. But Gnostics really hate embodiment. They think that the goal for Gnosticism is to be liberated of the flesh, so that the spirit can ascend back to the aeons. So it's very different. It's very, very different. So you would have a difficult time finding that in Gnostic sources, essentially. What does darkly goes? So Marianism largely postdates Muhammad. Yes, it does. Now, Marianism is a part of Nestorianism. Okay, so while in the West it largely postdates Muhammad, in the East, Nestorianism does use Mary as one person of the Trinity. Okay. So Muhammad gets most of his Marian theology, his theology about Mary, from Nestorians. Now, Nestorians come about in the 5th century. They're a 5th century cult. The idea of Nestorius was that there are two persons of Jesus running around. Okay? There's a spirit person of Jesus, and there's a human person of Jesus. And they're not the same person. They're only vaguely connected. So, when you've got this, say, human and spirit person Jesus, persons, they're two persons. Two persons of Jesus running around. You get a weird sort of dynamic for, say, the Trinity. So the Trinity becomes the Father God, Mary, and Jesus. Okay? The weird sort of two-person Jesus. So So it gets really, really strange when you start getting deep into Nestorianisms. Um, yeah, we're starting to get into Nestorianism right now here. Then, um, Gandalf asks, "Oh, was this the whole two wills or one will debate that led to a council? This led to the Council of Chalcedon, in the 430s. The Council of Chalcedon, um, engaged two heresies at the same time. It engaged Monophysitism and Nestorianism, and to a very, very much lesser extent, Apollinarianism. Okay, but Apollinarianism was kind of a side note. Everyone had already decided that was a heresy. But Nestorianism was the big baddie. It was the idea that there was two persons of Jesus, a spirit and a physical. So when when Jesus healed, it was the God person of Jesus healing. When Jesus ate, it's the human person of Jesus eating. And the two sort of, one followed each the other around. We're not sure which one was doing the leading and which one was the following. Okay? So the person of Jesus, the persons of Jesus, had two wills, the divine will and the human will. So, so much of, say, Muhammad's view of the Trinity is based entirely upon Nestorianism. This is why you get, for example, at the Dome of the Rock, the curse against the Trinity that's inside the Dome of the Rock is against the Christian idea of the Trinity: Father, Son, and Mary. Scott Worth, Nestorian itself built upon a Mary-fixated Eastern Christians. Swear my triline right now isn't a ball of yarn in my skull. Well, a lot of Eastern Rite Christians are still Nestorians. So, Mama goes, oof. Yeah, well. Welp, that explains some things. Yeah, it does. So Islam never got a real sense of what Orthodox Christianity was, because Muhammad's only encounter with Christianity was Nestorianism's. Was Nestorian. Because one of the things that Nestorians were infamous for, like if you had like a main occupation that Nestorians did, it was traveling salesmen. They basically were traders. A lot of Nestorians did trading caravans. So this is because they were say the Nestorian churches had spread very early on east of the Euphrates. They had already been in parts, I guess, by the 4th and 5th century already. They had already integrated into parts of, say, India, and Southeast Asia. There's a very ancient inscription of Nestorians that was found in China. So they're already part of the Silk Road trade routes by the time Muhammad comes onto the scene. And Emmanuel, yeah, Nestorians made it to China. Yeah. Yeah, long before Orthodox Christians did. So, oh yeah, so that's fun. But Marianism in the West is a rather late development. I think the earliest we see it is in some of the writings of Ambrose, but that's pretty. You're already in the 5th century at that 6th century at that point. Warrior of the Most High said, didn't they also make it to Korea, or is that a different bunch? Yeah, they also made it to Korea too. Yeah, they made it all over the place in Southeast Asia. All right, let's move on here. Gandalf the Base for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Preparing to walk my youth through Exodus and present both models. Awesome. Okay, that's cool. Hey, I'm all for walking them through both models and having them decide. I know the arguments for both and the weaknesses of early, but not late. Can you give a few weaknesses for the late date? Nothing that I haven't already solved, pretty much. I know people ask me this question, and it's really difficult for me to answer because I've already solved most of them. Anything that was outstanding. I mean, if I didn't find it to be the overwhelming, convincing position, I wouldn't be a late dater myself. This is one of the problems I have with, say, the McDowells. Okay, and Josh McDowell and his son, I can't remember his name at the moment, Sean. They did the revised evidence that demands a verdict. They tend to, the way they tend to approach these issues is they tend to put both arguments as if they're equal, rather than to evaluate them based upon the evidence. They basically will say, yeah, the late date is an equal view to the early date. Both have strengths and weaknesses, so you can pick either way. And I think that becomes really, really difficult to that becomes very, very difficult to keep up that sort of, well, I have, you can go either way on this. I think that becomes a very difficult and problematic position to maintain. Gandalf adds here, I only ask because my pastor is an early dater. I try to be fair to both sides. I'm going to give answers to weaknesses on both sides. That's fair. I mean, look, I think that's a perfectly legitimate view to have. Okay, I think that's perfectly, especially if you're teaching. If you're teaching, I think it's fine not to be doctrinaire about one side or the other. Here's the one thing. Here's the one thing that always crops up. And if you want to call this a weakness, you can call this a weakness. All right? That is the reading of 1 Kings 6:1. Okay? There's a lot of churches where, say, a literal reading of 1 Kings 6:1 is considered to have priority over a contextual reading. Now, the early date does have that advantage of you can take a prima facie literal reading of 1 Kings 6:1, and that will point you to an early Exodus date. Now, the question then is that a real reading? Is that the best reading? I don't think it is. Okay? I think that's a flawed reading, but if you want to see that as a weakness to the late Exodus side, that's probably going to be your best bet. The second thing you could probably then use, and these are all, say, early Exodus Day talking points, is say then what's it called? Judges chapter 10. And Gandalf the Base says, But if you do that, then you have to argue that Ramses' name is a change in the text, and it wasn't always that. So you have to argue the text was changed. Yes, you do. And frankly, many early daters do argue this. Scott Stripling will argue this. Who's else? Roger Young will argue this. Douglas Petrovich will argue this. This has been an argument since the 1920s. A lot of them will fall back on, say, redaction criticism to make that argument that there was a main change. So all of these counter arguments against the late date have their consequences. But here's the ultimate thing, though. You can't read Exodus 1:11 and 1 Kings 6:1 as both literal at the same time. You're going to have to choose one is literal and the other is not. And it is going to come down to that more or less arbitrary choice, and that arbitrary choice is going to have consequences. And you could just say it just like that. Is you can't take both of these as literal at the same time. One of them is going to have a. I mean, if you say read First Kings 6:1 as literal, yeah, you're going to get a 1446 BC date of the Exodus. If you read Exodus 1:11 as literal, you're going to get a 13th century Exodus. That's just the inevitable conclusion of that. One of these texts has to either be not literal, figurative, or have a contextualized meaning. That's just what's going to happen there. So that's the consequence. And that's the choice you have to make when you're making these decisions. So Scott Worthen asks, what would you need to be found as solid evidence for you to no longer be committed to a late Exodus date hypothesis? It would take a lot at this point. Wow. The problem is there's so much evidence for it right now. Here's what we would have to have. Okay. We would have to have 15th century destruction layers at both Jericho and Hatzor. Major destruction layers. Not some little campfire by the wall. Okay. Not an amulet that turns into a fishing lake. Real solid evidence. Mount Ebal would have to be redated to the 15th century. That's a non-negotiable. Okay. So no, you can't separate the two, Scott. Yeah, that's the thing. He says not conquest, talking about Egypt and Sinai. Yeah, you can't separate the two. The two are joined at the hip. The conquest is joined at the hip with the Exodus. So you can't separate the two, because then you get into confirmation bias and cherry picking. So it's not possible to separate them. You have to have both. So if you don't have both, you're going to end up with some really, really funky outcomes here. So yeah, you need to. It's and what was his name now? There was a guy at Dallas that told me this. Johnson. Professor Johnson told me this at Dallas Theological Seminary. Conquest and Exodus joined at the hip. If your view of the conquest is awry, then your view of the Exodus is awry. You have to have both. So So if your conquest dates are not congruent with your Exodus dates, you've got a lacuna and you've got a problem there, and that's um. So it's not that you can't separate the one without the other. They're integral to each other. Now, with that said, you would have to then find a suitable pharaoh who lived in close proximity, really close proximity to those people in Goshen. If you don't have proximity to people in Goshen with the king, you don't have what's called propinquity. You have to be able to send whoever the pharaoh of the Exodus is, wherever the pharaoh of the Exodus is, he's got to be within 6 hours of Moses and the people leaving Egypt. So these are the people centralized around Avaris, and everyone agrees on this. So one of the things it would take too is the king having to be within 6 hours of the Israelites. That doesn't happen very often in history. Okay, so we need that as well. We would need to have the dating of Pithom and Paramses go back properly to the 15th century. Not going to happen. Because, again, a lot of this would be... You would have to change the circumstances around which Pithom was named. You would have to change the circumstances around, say, Ramses was established. You would need a lot of particular geographical changes, like the building of Migdol. That would have to somehow stretch back to the 15th century, and it doesn't. So, yeah, there's a lot of problems here that would preclude me from at least... I mean, I'm open to it. I've always been open to it. I mean, look, I've changed from... I used to be an early dater myself. It's not like I haven't been one. I mean, I was an early dater. No, that's actually not true. Contier, yeah, Scott, you're not correct on this one here. He says Piramses wasn't even the original name. Naming conventions are not an issue. What hard evidence? It is an issue. It is an issue, actually, because there was nothing at... The earliest remains that we have at Contier are a palatial estate of Seti the First. Okay? And it was basically a house of Seti. That's a house of Seti. Okay? So, before then, it was a virgin site. A virgin site. So, that's a problem. That's a problem. Because it didn't have an original name. If the site doesn't have an original name, you can't claim it has an original name. And then look at, say the biblical text and go, well, you know, there's a redaction going on here. Avaris, it's all about Goshen specifically. Its interface with Avaris was 2 kilometers away from Paramses. It was distant. It wasn't as close as everyone makes it out to be. I mean, you get the Rollites, you know, the David Roll fans, who basically say they're right on top of each other, and they weren't. Paramses was on an island. It was on an actual bona fide island in the middle of the river. The river went completely around Paramses. That's why it's not the same place. You know, there's this whole idea that Avaris and Paramses is the same place. Nobody in the ancient world would have ever bought that. It's separated. It's literally separated by water. Goshen is a territory. Okay, Goshen's a territory. Goshen is basically that idea of basically you got Avaris and Paramses, and it extends sort of southeast into the estuary. DBC asks, couldn't the invasion Pharaoh stayed away for a while at Avaris because of the Israelite problem rising? Stayed there long term to solve the issue. They didn't have palaces throughout the country. They did have palaces. Those were more of administrative centers. Pharaoh didn't always stay at all palaces all the time. So, but the invasion, you have to then ask the question, what invasion? What's the invasion that's being... And you're right, there is an invasion that was being talked about in Exodus 1. The question is, what's the invasion? Who's invading? If you answer that question, who's invading, you're right back down to the late Exodus date again. Because there's really only one invader that qualifies, potential invader, and that's the Hittites. Egypt was essentially an autonomous power from essentially the reign of Amenhotep I. Amenhotep I destroys the last remnants of the Hyksos. Utterly blots them off the map. After that, there is no potential invader for Egypt. The Mitanni couldn't do it. Basically, Mitanni and Egypt were, during the reigns of Amenhotep II and Tutmosis IV, had some battles with the Mitanni, but that's out in Syria. They're fighting over the hinterland of Assyria. Mitanni was never strong enough to pose a conquest against Egypt. The only power that could have threatened Egypt at any time in the 18th, late 18th, early 19th dynasty was the Hittites. And that war, we know when that war begins. That war begins in year 1 of the reign of King Ai. Well, at that point, you're long past the early Exodus date. Long past. So, if you're talking about who can conquer, who has the ability to conquer Egypt, threaten Egypt, there's no threats. The Libyans were disorganized. The Nubians were a vassal state. The Canaanites were under Egypt's thumb. The only people who could conquer and propose a threat to Egypt proper were the Hittites. And that happened during that 50-year war between the first year of Ai to, I believe, the 21st year of Ramses II. Yeah, Scott Worthen says, I've seen the map of BTAC also. It's a specious argument considering these people were referring to adjacent urban centers whose rivers separating the two is constantly shifting. It's the delta. It didn't shift that much, man. After Avaris was abandoned, and you're going to have to face that too. It's abandoned mid-Dynasty 19. That would be another thing you would have to convince me of, is that there's a real substantial abandonment prior to mid-Dynasty 19. That's an issue. But it's at that point where essentially Avaris becomes, say, the port, Peru Nefer. Peru Nefer is the port of Avaris. It's the seaport, deep seaport that Ramses depends upon for the trade of goods. So, all right, let's move on here. So Gandalf, essentially, whatever you pick as weaknesses, it's going to have implications, one way or the other. So you're going to probably have to weigh this out for them. They basically say, okay, you pick this side, this is what you can expect. You pick this side, this is what you can expect. And that's probably the best we can do for you here. So I know you want to be fair to your pastor, which I love. I love that you want to do that. I love the fact that you want to give kids a choice, and not shove something down their throat. I really appreciate that. But at some point, you're going to have to weigh the evidence for them too. Okay? Again, don't be dogmatic. Let's say here's what we got. Here's the evidence we have, and this is, you make the decision. Here's the evidence. You make the decision. Scott Worthen, Varus was evacuated by the Hyksos under Apophis' successor's command. In the 1530s. That's your early Exodus date? We do know that they left the people behind. It was only the wealthy that got out of town. Okay? So, that's not a real Exodus, by the way. And they went to... We know where they went. Those people who left Avaris, they ended up on the coastal plain. That's an issue, man. That's a huge issue. Wrong place for the conquest. The coastal plain, they ended up in Gaza. They didn't go to Jericho. They didn't go circle around like the Israelites did. Those people ended up in Gaza. Gaza and Ashkelon. That's where they ended up. So, yeah. Scott says Hyksos expulsion immediately after the Exodus. Yeah, it is. That doesn't work. It just doesn't work. It would. I mean, you're here asking for a very early Exodus. And I don't think this works because of where they end up. I mean, they basically travel first of all, you're going to have to come to terms with the fact that the Hyksos, when they leave Egypt, they're taking the road of Horus, the way to the land of the Philistines. Okay, they're taking the way to the land of the Philistines. So they're going across the north, and the Bible explicitly said that they didn't take that road. They go south to Rephaim and then cross the midsection of Sinai. So that's going to be a problem. Second of all, the Hyksos end up at Gaza. We know this from the records of Amenhotep I. So there's, Gaza and Ashkelon, and those are the two cities that Amenhotep I destroys to blot out the Hyksos. So there's not going to be any remaining Hyksos. And frankly, they're in the wrong place if this is the Israelite conquest, because basically the Israelites go around. They don't go to Ashkelon. They don't go to Gaza. They basically come up the eastern side of the Sinai, and they basically go around Edom and around Moab, and they enter through the land of the Amorites, cross the fords of the Jordan, and into the land of the Amorites. And that's all basically Eastern Levant. So, yeah.
Were the ancient Israelites?
Yes, we do. Rich Adams goes, were the ancient Israelites the only people group to leave a large nation like Egypt? No, they weren't. We do have exceptionally large groups migrating, especially during times of famine. Okay, the Philistines are probably the big example of this. Large groups of them leave the Greek archipelago and Anatolia, which is modern-day Turkey, and they move down the coastal plain. And Merneptah is basically staying at that point. They're coming for the sake of their stomachs. They're coming for food. So we do have a large amount of people leaving that region and going down the coastal plain of the Levant of Israel, and they're basically setting up new farms, new homes, and they're trying to feed themselves. We also have, again, evidence of, say, Arameans, large numbers of Arameans coming from Mesopotamia during the 10th century BC and moving into Syria, basically ousting the Amorites who were there and the Hittites. So, yeah, absolutely. We have lots of evidence for large groups of people moving around at that time. Scott Worthen says, seriously, there's a prohibition on the Horus rope because ongoing warfare from the Hyksos expulsion. That was all controlled by the Hyksos. Why was there warfare? Okay, look, if there's a Hyksos expulsion, but they're still traveling across there. There's no second expulsion. There's only the one. The expulsion is when the people, the leadership of the Hyksos, leave with all the loot. That's the expulsion. For you to say that there's ongoing fighting on the Horus route because of the Hyksos expulsion is to have your cake and eat it too. You can't have it both ways. You can't have an Hyksos expulsion and a route that's dangerous because of the Hyksos expulsion. Scott Worthen. I can only type so fast while feverishly looking up notes.
We hope he keeps adding.
Yeah, we hope you keep adding to your notes, man. You're learning some stuff, so we're happy about that. Chariot rear guard action along the northern route? I don't think so. It seems that by the time Akmosa the First was aware of the expulsion, they were already gone. That he couldn't catch up to them. So it took the second, basically, Amenhotep the First to wipe out those cities after. So Andrew goes, and you can't have your Kate and Edith too. Yeah, as Jacob proved. Mama goes, amen. Yeah. Scott goes, yeah, learning a lot. Awesome. That's what we want. We want you to learn. We're an education channel. That's our primary goal here. So that's a good sign. That's what we appreciate. Yeah, we haven't finished with super chats yet. So we're still moving on with super chats here. Not finished. We'll get to it.
Did the Romans have chariot races? Did the Beach Boys make that? That was the Beach Boys.
Andrew Graham asks, did the Romans have chariot races too, or did the Beach Boys make that up? They had races. Yeah. Racing chariots was a thing. Try to get it.
The Dark Blade makes the Israels were enslaved around or after the Exodus would necessarily have to follow the Hyksos by several decades. Right?
Darkblade says, also, Dr. Falk, the Israelites were enslaved around or after the Hyksos were defeated. So the Exodus would necessarily have to follow the Hyksos expulsion by several decades. Is that right? That is correct. Yeah, it would necessarily have to do so. Yeah, so we know from the Egyptian records that when they did leave, they got out when the getting was still good. Basically what happened was the Hyksos just abandoned the people. Yeah, great leaders. Yeah, great leaders. They basically took the loot and ran. And that was the leadership. They left all the people behind to face the music. Okay, next one here is from Followers of the Shepherds. Thoughts on DNA tests, for example, Ancestry. It's not perfect. DNA tests can be an incredibly accurate tool for determining close relatives. Very, very accurate. Now, my thought on DNA tests as far as determining ancestry, like, for example, 23andMe, it's dangerous. Because you are giving information to a organization that's not necessarily protecting your data. Okay? That data includes health information, phylogenetic information, and the information of your relatives. So if you give a DNA sample to a DNA testing organization, you're doing it for your entire family.
Violating their privacy.
Yeah, you're violating their privacy in a huge way, and confidential medical information.
Yeah, it should not pass. Allowing those tests should not pass.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys are not beholden to HIPAA or any of those information that ensure. And for example, like 23andMe, they're trying to sell that data now.
Oh, they're selling it to health providers.
Yeah.
So if anyone in your family ever had Alzheimer's or any genetic disease, you're not going to get health insurance.
Gandalf the Base says Mormons have had their hands in a lot of the DNA testing for the ancestry organizations. Yes, they have. Mostly because of the baptism for the dead stuff. Indeed, yeah. Also, companies want your DNA for a lot of reasons. A lot of them want it for insurance. For denying insurance. Because then they can say, well, you don't have a prior condition right now, but you will.
Yeah. You don't have a prior condition, but your great-great-grandfather did. You're probably.
Udamiel says, I did it with 23andMe, but deleted the data and account years ago. I don't think that matters at this point. They still probably have it. Yeah, they still have it. They still have it. They don't delete that stuff. No, they'll delete your public access to it, but they still have it. It's valuable data.
Anybody can buy it.
Yep.
You can't access your own data.
Yeah.
But any company.
Yeah. Andrew Graham says they will sell the data to the highest bidder. Yeah. Mama says yes. 23andMe is dirty. It is. It's a very dirty organization.
Yeah. There's lots.
Yeah.
Well, at least the Jehovah's Witnesses are praying. They're not praying on you.
All right, so let's move on to the next one here. But that's my thoughts on DNA tests like Ancestry.com, 23andMe, all of those. You don't know who's controlling the data and what they're using it for. So, and I think that makes those organizations quite dangerous. So, I would never do it myself, and I don't think other people should do it because of the implications it has for your entire family. Okay, let's move on here. Daniel Chogan asks, I recently started reading Unseen Realm by Heiser and have heard you mention him before. What are some of the key differences between your views of the Bible and spirit critters? The principal difference between my views and Heiser's views is what we use as contextual information. Okay? I tend to be primarily a late Bronze Age specialist. Heiser was a Second Temple period specialist. So when we compare scripture to its historical context, I tend to use the texts of the late Bronze Age. He tends to use texts of the Second Temple period. So because of the theological formation that happened, say, between the late Bronze Age and the Second Temple period, texts, the contexts are going to be very, very different. So, for example, Heiser is going to see any reference to gods as being a council of gods. I'm not necessarily going to see it that way. So I'm going to basically see it in maybe cultic ways a lot more often than, say, he would. So that would be sort of the key difference between his view and mine. Is there's a difference between how we would, say, use the contextual material. He also subscribed to, say, the documentary hypothesis as well, and I wouldn't. Again, he's coming again from a Second Temple period perspective, and whereas I wouldn't. So, oh, okay. Udamiel asks, how do you view the council? I basically, the way I view it is, I think it's in many respects a Iron Age development. You don't see it in the contextual period or material until the Iron Age. So I think it's mostly an Iron Age development. It's not something you're going to see in, say, a late Bronze Age context, at least not very commonly. Um, Most of, for example, you look at, say, the cultic pantheons of Egypt or Mesopotamia that are Bronze Age, they tend to be a lot more along the lines of, say, gatherings of gods more than a council. King God is not actually taking their advice. He's Amun-Re is not taking advice from anybody. Okay, he's the king and he knows it. He's the king, he knows it, and if you know what's best for you as a god, you stay in line. Whereas, say, in the Iron Age, um, the head god tends to be a very much more conciliatory, collegiate kind of figure. He listens to his council. He considers their advice. Okay. Basically, in the case of, say, Bronze Age kind of sort of things, gods are just sort of hanging around. They maybe drift into the throne room, but they're really not there to offer their opinions. Andrew Graham, you don't vote for the king. No. No, you don't. So, I do see that there's some warrant for Council of Gods in the biblical text, but I do think that they're much later. I think um, a lot of, say, Heiser's view of the council in, say, Exodus isn't particularly valid. I tend to see that more in different contextual framework than Heiser does, and I can't really get into that until unless we sort of go into specifics there. But but yeah, a lot of what he would see as a council of gods in Exodus, I wouldn't see, honestly. So there's difference here in that. Okay, next place. Let's see here. Alus Sandoval asks, are there neutral beings that are neither in favor of God nor against Satan? Favor of God nor against Satan. Are there neutral beings that are neither in favor of God nor against Satan? Yeah, sure. The Chaos Monsters. They're not in favor of God, and they're not against Satan either. Chaos Monsters do their own thing. They're Chaos Monsters. Chaos Monsters are just there. Okay. They don't act in favor of God. They're not against Satan, and they're not for Satan either. So, Chaos Monsters are very neutral in that sense. They do what they want. Damio, we love the Chaos Monsters. Yeah, we do. Everyone loves the Chaos Monsters.
Gandalf, would you say that?
Gandalf the Base asks, would you say that the Council of Gods was a developed theology? Yeah, I would, generally. That doesn't mean it doesn't reflect reality. It's just not what you would find in early in Bronze Age writings. It's just not. It's not a prominent feature of Bronze Age stuff. Daniel, so they are chaotic neutral. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's great description, yeah. Yeah, Chaos Monsters are chaotic neutral. They make chaos wherever they go. But they're quite neutral. They're not chaotic evil, no. Warrior of the Most High, an anime for the War of the Gods series? Well, that would be awesome. I would be all into that. I don't think it's going to happen.
But it would make a very good movie, or
yeah, well,
it's a very solid.
Yeah,
it would be very easy.
Yeah, the trick with selling movie rights, and an anime would be a movie right kind of deal, would be creative control. How do you maintain creative control? Most of the time, you're selling that way. There is a story, and this is a true story, about Tolkien. Okay. Tolkien, J.R.R. Tolkien, at the end of his life, sold the movie rights to the Lord of the Rings. Okay? He didn't want to sell the movie rights. He had, from the Lord of the Rings, made a small fortune from his books, and he was reaching that point of success. And then he got a letter from Inland Revenue. Inland Revenue basically said, when you die, we are going to shake you down. We are going to shake you down, and we are going to tax your estate incredibly. So, Inland Revenue threatened Tolkien to take his house, all the proceeds from Lord of the Rings, basically everything. They were going to take it all. The entire Tolkien estate. And Tolkien had never wanted to sell the movie rights, to the Lord of the Rings. But he had to, because Inland Revenue shook him down. He didn't sell it because he was greedy. He never wanted to sell the rights. Inland Revenue forced him to do it. It would have destroyed his family. It would have destroyed his legacy. They would have taken everything, including his rights to sell it. So yeah, he had to give up control. And that's sometimes what...
Sometimes the government has a right to your intellectual property.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Andrew Graham, give us all your money or we'll take it off of you. Pretty much. And Udamius says, now we got the Rings of Power slop. Yep. Yep.
His question on
Ongoing warfare? What ongoing warfare? Rephrase that as a question, because I don't know what ongoing welfare is talking about here. Yeah, repeat that as a question, and we'll take it as a question. I didn't actually. Okay, he's typing. He's typing. So we'll wait for it to come in.
Nathan, you don't.
Hey Nathan, how's it going?
While you're waiting, to ever read Milton Paradise Lost? Interesting, amusing interaction.
Andrew Graham, why was the Hobbit series 3 movies long? Money. Money. So Andrew Jackson could pay for more Corvettes. Okay, here we go. He says, sorry, this was something between me and Scott. I wanted to see if Doc wanted to comment. Ongoing warfare during the Ramesside period along the coastal route. Exodus 13 to 17 to 18. All right, let's pull that up. Get our verses situated in the verse first. Exodus 13, 17 to 18. Now it came about when Pharaoh had let the people go that God did not lead them by the way of the land of the Philistines. All right, that excludes your Hyksos Exodus right there, because Achmosa the first said that they left by the land of the route of the Philistines. So that's sort of, even though it was nearest, for God said, lest the people change their minds when they see war and they return to Egypt. Okay, where's the war coming from? The war would be coming from two places, two sources. The fortresses on the land on the Way of Horus, which did not exist at the time of the 18th dynasty, the early 18th dynasty. Okay, so we know, like for example, at Charu, you don't have anything going back to Akhmos the First in that period. So, the second of all would be what is that they would encounter war in the land of the Philistines, which is the coastal plain. Now, there's a chronological problem here. Okay, if you're going to claim a really early Exodus here, it wasn't the land of the Philistines at the time of Akhmos the First. The Philistines hadn't arrived yet. Philistines don't show up until at least the 1350s. The 1350s are our first mention of any Sea People tribe. Okay, there are no Philistines in the land of the Philistines at the time of the beginning of Dynasty 18. So this would be a serious anachronism. Okay, so this warfare would be when the Israelites are going up and passing by those fortresses on the that are fortified, basically after essentially Tutmosis III. So yeah, you're just I don't think you've got a Scott Worthen goes, Land of the Philistines is a place name, not a reference to a people land. It will be... That's who it's named after. Dude. Land of the Philistines is not just a place name. It's an ethnonymic place name. It's the Palisette. That's what it's named after. It's kind of like saying that, well, you know, it's like that's exactly who it's named after, is the Philistines. Palisette. So I don't know what to tell you here, man, but yeah, it's named after somebody. It's named after a whole people group. Okay, so yeah, that constant warfare would have been basically Israelites engaging constant war, not just with the Egyptians on the way, but also against the Philistines once they got into the coastal plains. So, okay. Let's move on now. So I'm gonna ask a Paradise Lost question.
They have the-
I don't know who asked it and when it was asked, but yes, I have read Paradise Lost, and it is very entertaining. Let's see if you know it. Yeah, I don't see his question here, but don't, we won't worry about it. Okay, so Lewis, yes, there are neutral beings. They're the Chaos Monsters. All right, next one here. Get the next one here. Lewis Sandoval asks, also, Dr. Fulks, since you post your latest video, how come Satan has a bunch of titles or names, but he is only a type or species of spirit critter? A Satan is a job title, okay? Now, that job title becomes a proper name, but the type, the species, a spirit critter that Satan is not a Satan. Satan is not a species. The closest we can describe him, he's a cherubim. He's a cherub. That's his species. He's a throne cherub, if you want to get really particular about that. But he's a cherub nonetheless. So, but as far as the term Satan itself, the term Satan is a job title, and it just means adversary. And adversaries can be good critters, they can be bad critters, they can be neutral critters. It's just a job. So it's kind of like truck driver. It's a job. You could have good truck drivers, bad truck drivers, and neutral truck drivers. They're all doing a job, though, driving truck. Satan is the same thing. It's a job. But Satan, the personal name, he's got a lot of other titles too. But his species, he's a cherub. All right, so I hope that helps. Thank you for the question. Very much appreciated. Evil truck drivers laugh out loud. Good times. Good times. Zooming down here. Okay, we took that one already. Mama asked, was there any good food in Scotland? I actually liked haggis. I actually liked it. A real haggis. Okay, not the knockoff. You have to get the real McCoy. or Mackay.
Get it,
Yeah, not the type you get at Ren fairs. No, do not eat that stuff. Ugh. Type of haggis you get at Ren fairs is disgusting. But yeah, I liked haggis. Haggis was delicious. And you have to get the real Mackay. Andrew Graham, blood pudding? Yes, I like blood pudding too. Mrs. Producer won't eat it. I liked it. I thought it was really nice. White pudding was very good. I've had white pudding, haggis, and blood pudding. And I liked all three. They were very delicious. Here's how I would rate them. I actually liked the white pudding the best, the blood pudding second, and the haggis third. Daniel Laurie asks, did you get a kilt? No, I did not get a kilt, because I don't have my tartan.
Kilts are formal.
Kilts are formal wear in Canada. If you get one, you should get one with the right tartan. Okay?
Yeah, wearing somebody else's tartan.
Yeah, wearing someone else's tartan is bad manners. Okay? And there is a tartan for British Columbians. That is the proper tartan for someone like me. You can't get it in Scotland, though. You can't get a British Columbian tartan in Scotland.
You can get it here.
Yeah, I can get it here in Vancouver.
It's too wet and cold to wear.
For Americans, yes, there is an American tartan too.
And of course, if you are of Scottish descent.
Yep. If you are of Scottish descent, you can wear the tartan of the proper clan. But you better do your research in finding out which ones are the right tartans. Mama says tartans are relatively modern construct, if I believe correctly. Yeah, they're only about 300 years old. But again, in Canada, they are formal wear. And I'll be honest, if I had to make the choice between getting a kilt and getting a tuxedo, I'd rather have the kilt. Kilts are better. Kilts are much, much better than tuxedos. Tuxedos go out of style so fast. So, tuxedos are expensive. They go out of style fast. I would much, much rather wear a kilt. Andrew Graham says, I can get a kilt too, but I'll skip the bagpipes, thanks. Yeah, I'd skip the bagpipes too. Yeah, definitely kilt over tux. I totally agree with that. Mama says tuxedos are so overrated on men. I totally agree. At least a kilt has some color, style, flash, and a good kilt with a proper formal jacket does look so nice. Gandalf the Based, yo, there's one for us Texans. Yay! But yeah, given a choice, I would choose the kilt over a tux anytime. But I have to get one in my proper tartan, which there is a British Columbia tartan. So yeah, definitely. And in fact, I think there's 2 tartans for British Columbia. But yeah, I'd pick one of those. Mama says, I don't think I've ever seen any shape of man look bad in a proper formal kilt. Yeah, it's very flattering for men. Very, very flattering. And it is considered to be formal wear in any of the Commonwealth. So if I somehow ended up going to a marriage in Australia, that would be formal wear. And it would be black tie formal wear. So absolutely. So we've got into kilts today. Interesting. Never thought we would go there. Maybe because we were talking about food in Scotland. But yeah, I never went to Scotland proper when I was over in England, but I did try some of the food. And haggis, I loved haggis. Haggis was delicious when you get the proper one. So, I can't think of anything else that would be really Scottish. That I guess pork pies. Ate some pork pies. They were kind of disgusting. And right, Mrs. Producer loved pork pies. I could sort of take in Scotch eggs. They were good. I liked Scotch eggs. A Scotch egg is essentially a boiled egg wrapped in sausage and then deep fried. Oh, those were delicious. Okay, those were tasty. uh, Andrew says the Scottish Pharaoh, a tartan Carmen. Cool. Mama says I had my first Scotch egg a week ago. So good. Yeah. Oh yeah. They are very good. They are very very delicious. Gals the Bay says, and I'm Scottish and didn't know this. Well, you learned something. Fantastic. Not exactly what our channel's dedicated to teaching, but hey, we'll go with it. Scotch tape. No, that's not good to eat. Don't eat the Scotch tape. I mean, only actors on a Starfleet Academy eat Scotch tape. Okay, we won't go there. Ugh.
Dare you make me learn?
Handle the base. How dare you make me learn my heritage? All right, let's move on here. Let's wrap up. Cereal bowl. Are any alleged relics of saints authentic? Some. Some are. But there's so many of them. So many of them.
120 finger joints.
120 finger joints of Jesus. The 5 hands of Saint Luke. Oh, the kid was trying to sell the hand of Saint Luke, and it's already in a church in a Coptic church. Yeah, and guy goes, yeah, isn't there one already there? Oh, this was the hand of Saint Luke as a young man. Mama goes, what? Oh yeah. There's relics for everything. I mean, some of those apostles must have had like 10 hands or with 12 fingers on it, and it like looked like the
Too much interaction.
too much interactions with petting spirit critters. Okay, makes you look like the alien from Aliens, with the 7 fingers and the 8 joints on it. Ugh. No, the Scotch tape eating. Oh, the Scotch tape eating. Oh yeah, on there's a scene on the new Star Trek Starfleet Academy where one of the recruits eats her comm badge. Swallows her comm badge.
How did she?
Yeah, exactly. Apparently, Starfleet's recruiting standards are now so low that they're taking mentally deficient people who eat their own garbage. Yeah.
Okay, I could understand if it was an alien who ate.
No. This was a human who ate their own Starfleet comm badge. Oh boy. All right. We got this very, very generous super chat here from Star Wars Nerd for $50. Thank you very much for that. Very generous super chat. We really appreciate that. Hey, Dr. Folk, I hope you are doing well. What is your view on the relationship between modern medicine and divine healing? Okay, here's my view on this. I think divine healing does happen. I think the gift of healing is more. You find it more where there isn't modern medicine. Okay, so where you find modern medicine, you find less divine healing. It's sort of almost like a stopgap, to be honest, to there being proper medication and medicines. So I do think divine healing exists. I do think when God works that way, it's effective and permanent. If you sort of get divinely healed and it comes back, it probably wasn't divine healing. But I think that it's a thing. It's a thing. It's been practiced through the history of the Christian church, along with prayer for the sick. And I think modern medicine can dovetail it. But again, it's not a substitute for modern medicine. All right?
It does happen more in places where modern medicine is not available.
Yeah, it happens more in places where modern medicine is not available. So,
you have a good doctor?
yeah, if you've got a good doctor, use that first, okay? Because it's meant to be a stopgap, okay? So, and even the early church fathers sort of saw that, okay? The early church fathers also talk about this, where, say, gifts of the Spirit are less extant when there's less of a need. Like you see this, for example, when Tertullian talks about this, where, say, the divine gifts start to decline as Christians have access to physicians of their day. Okay, so it's one of those things where need versus exposure to the divine gifts are sort of inversely proportional. So again, I hope that helps. Thank you very much for your generous support of the channel. We really, really appreciate it. Thank you so very much, and I hope that helped. Okay, next one is the Dude's a Dude. We actually answered this one last week. Why is God always portrayed as an old man? We answered that last week, so we won't be answering that again. We've already answered it. We answered it last week, so... What? Okay. Going on here. But I just wanted to let him know that it's in last week's live stream. Okay. I want to make sure we get to the last super chats here. Okay, we got that. Steerable. If you were convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the Bible taught an early Exodus, how would you handle that? I'd go with it. If I was convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the Bible taught an early Exodus, I would go with the evidence. I've always gone with the evidence. I'm an evidentialist. I follow the evidence wherever it goes. Okay? If the evidence from the Bible taught an early Exodus, and the evidence supporting that was clear and convincing, and more than a 50% probability, I would go with that. I have no problem with the position of an early Exodus date itself. None. As I said, I've been an early Exodus guy.
And this division and being nasty to each other is ridiculous. And you're both agreeing that the Bible is a historical text.
Yeah, and I think, and Mrs. Producer brings up a really, really good point here, that this sort of animosity between the camps, it doesn't have a place. It doesn't have a place in the discourse. We both believe in a literal Exodus, in a historical Exodus. We both believe that. You know, we both believe in the what was called now, the inerrancy of the Bible. We both believe in the supremacy of the biblical texts. You know, we're really sort of debating over a date. And that is, we both believe the Exodus happened. We both believe that the Bible is the inerrant word of God. We both believe in the basic tenets of the Christian faith. So, I don't see the reason for the animosity. But, I also understand, too, that there are implications to what I believe for their position, which makes it uncomfortable for them. Okay? So I'm an evidentialist. If the Bible shows that with basically no doubt that it taught an early Exodus date, and the contextual evidence is compelling towards that, I'm going to go with that. But I haven't seen that, so. All right, next one. What?
Well, I am absolutely counting Dr. Falk. Dude, I need.
Scott says, people, I'm absolutely counting on Dr. Falk being an evidenturist. Oh, dude, I need sleep. Y'all know what word I'm looking for, people. Yeah, well. Hey, dentures are everything, man, if you don't have any teeth.
That's Rich Luciano. What do people know about the date? I mean, it is important to get it established as the historical context, because it legitimizes it's a
Rich Luciano asks, why do people make such a big deal about the dates of the Exodus? There is a history there. And it boils down to the tradition of American fundamentalism. That's really what it boils down to. In 1906, there was a guy by the name of James Orr. And he was the guy who came up with the early Exodus view. But he did a whole lot of other things. He was an opponent of the documentary hypothesis. He was an opponent of European liberal theology. And what happened was, he became, his views were not very well accepted over in Europe. He was a Scottish theologian. But he came and did a speaking tour in North America, and his views were just widely accepted. Okay? And what happened was, he sort of created this view of an early Exodus date and sort of saddled it on to his other views. And they became sort of the tradition of many fundamentalist sects in and evangelical sects in North America. So when you have a tradition form, it becomes very, very difficult to break that. Okay? So people start to then confuse the tradition with the Bible itself. A lot of them think that this is, I mean, I've talked to scholars, biblical scholars, who basically think that the early Exodus date goes all the way back to the apostles. I mean, I'm not joking. I wish that was a joke, but it's absolutely true that it goes, and you point out to it's only goes back to 1906, and they'll go, well, when you've been the tradition for that long, you can come back to me and talk. Like, whoa.
The late date was proposed first.
Yeah, the late date was proposed in the 1850s. I mean, long before the early Exodus date, but, the fact that it became their tradition in their church became this sort of basically bulwark against, well, we don't have to listen to the data because we got this tradition. Now you combine that with American biblical chronology, and combine that with, say, the literal hermeneutic and the shibboleth test. A lot of these fundamentalist sects have these shibboleth tests that say, okay, you're not one of us unless you read the Bible literally. Now, for the New Testament, they use the Book of Revelation. And this was a test that was used by, say, Moody Bible Institute. Well, how do we know? How do you know that just someone's going to read the Bible literally? Well, if they read the Book of Revelation literally, they're going to read the rest of the Bible literally. But what do you do with the fact that a sword is coming literally out of Jesus' mouth? Oh, well, if they read it that way, then it's okay. Oh yeah, it's just crazy.
I mean, you see these paintings of
yeah, Jor's painting of that, yeah. So then what happened was, they also had a shibboleth test for the Old Testament, and that happened to be 1 Kings 6:1. So if you don't read the 1446 date of the Exodus in 1 Kings 6:1, well, you don't read it literally, you're a liberal, and liberals hate the Bible and Jesus. Oh, okay. Gandalf says, so did the late date come from a Scottish guy, or did the 1906 view from... Okay, the 1906 view came from the Scottish guy, James Orr. Okay. The late date came from C.R. Lepsius in the 1850s, I believe 1853. So, the late date came from a German guy. The early date came from a Scottish guy. The late date came in 1853-ish. The early date came in 1906. Mama says, I think it's getting late for all of us at this point. Yeah, I'm just going on adrenaline and caffeine at this point. So, which is why we're trying to wrap up all the super chats here and make sure everyone's super chat gets attention. Because I would like to wrap this up soon myself. Okay, so let's move on here. At the end already? Okay, I'm going to take... Okay, Mama for $5. Thank you very much. We finally got to your super chat. Sorry for the delay. Okay. And she asks, trustworthy references for creating a class on identifying logical fallacies, starting at beginner with mind to offer more as demand dictates. Okay. there are a lot of beginner textbooks on. What you want is a textbook on informal logic. Not formal logic, informal logic. Okay? Informal logic is what's called basically this is where you're making arguments. Okay? And informal logic, formal logic is symbols. Okay? It's basically symbolic logic. That's very specialized stuff. Can be very complicated. It does help to know a little bit of formal logic, like the basic structure of a syllogism. And a good book on informal logic will sort of touch on that. Okay? So, but with that said, you want a book on informal logic, because informal logic is where you're going to find big, juicy sections on logical fallacies, like the equivocation fallacy, like the composition fallacy, like the no two Scotsman fallacy. So there's a lot of these books that have been done over the years. I know that like one of the big textbooks that used to be taught in schools, and it was taught when I was in school, was Irvin Kopai's logic book. Now, it was more expansive than just informal fallacies. It was mostly actually formal logic, but it had a small but very comprehensive section on informal logic too. But this is what I would state. This is what I would do in setting up and creating a class. Every informal fallacy has an exception. Okay. So, yeah, exegetical fallacies are not logical fallacies. Exegetical fallacies are fallacies of reading texts. Okay? Of reading and interpreting texts. But, say, logical fallacies are faults in thinking. So exegetical fallacies are faults in reading. Logical fallacies are faults in thinking. Okay, so what you're going to want there is what's called informal logical fallacies. Okay, fallacies of thinking and argumentation. So now understand this. And this is sort of I've got a small section on fallacies that sort of can give you an idea of, say, what's out there on this. There is I love the thing I love about informal fallacies is for every informal fallacy there's also an exception. Okay, so keep that in mind. There's no informal fallacy that doesn't have an exception to the rule. And this is one of the interesting things. This is one of the reasons why I love studying informal fallacies, is because you can find just about every informal fallacy out there has an exception. And when you teach an informal fallacy, it's up to you to basically show the exceptions, because otherwise you people then misuse informal fallacies. You don't want that either. Like, for example, argumentum against authority. Arguing against authority, or sorry, argument from authority, is a logical fallacy. But it has an exception. Here's how the fallacy works. Einstein was against the war in Vietnam. Therefore, you should be too. Einstein's a physicist. The logical fallacy here is that Einstein is against, is making a political statement. He's not an authority on politics. It's an abuse of authority. Whereas you would say, Einstein believed in general relativity, therefore you should too. That second case is not an argument from authority, because he is the authority on that particular issue. The argument, again, from authority is not that any authority is bad. It's that the misuse of authority is bad. So there's a lot of those sort of rules of argumentation with the proper exceptions. Okay? So you have to be cognizant of when you start teaching logical fallacies. I would do this too. Before you even get into logical fallacies, start them off with a little bit of basic logic. The deduction. A simple syllogism. Because you're going to want any informal fallacy you're going to do is going to be part of a syllogism. And a syllogism is basically a argument. Okay? It's an argument. But you're going to want to talk about the most fundamental fallacies of logic are going to come from the syllogism. Always, when you teach a class on informal logic, you want to start off with what is a syllogism, how to build a syllogism, and then describe, say, the if-then condition and the fallacies associated with if-then conditionals. Okay, like affirming affirming the protasis or denying it? I can't remember off the top of my head at the moment, but there's when you do syllogism, let's just write one here. Yeah, affirming the consequent is a logical fallacy, and denying the protasis. Okay, and a protasis is the first part, the if conditional. The consequent is the then condition. Okay, so if A, then B. Then the next part of the syllogism might be B, therefore A. That's affirming the consequent. Just because B happens doesn't mean A happens. Okay. Likewise, you can have a denial of the protasis. If A, then B, not A, therefore not B. Well, that's not logical either. Okay? So I would start with, again, just a basic if-then syllogism, and then describe the denying the antecedent and affirming the consequent as logical fallacies to that. And then once you get to that, you then go into the informal fallacies. And then from there, you can build an entire class just on that. Again, include what a fallacy, informal fallacy is, the ones you're going to highlight that day, how it's used, and its exceptions, and you have a complete class right there. All right? So I hope that helps.
It's thought algebra.
It's thought algebra, yeah. Mama says so. Okay, 1, basic logic, correct. 2, syllogism, correct. 3, informal logic. And then fallacy exceptions. Okay, awesome. Also, totally watching this part several times, though. We have an entire playlist on this. View that playlist. I go into it in detail there. Okay, view the playlist on logical fallacies. Okay? Mama says, hugely, thank you so much. You'd be better off looking at the playlist anyway, because right now my thoughts are not really as coherent as they should be.
That's a great comment. It's the intelligentsia version of the Marine Corps. Only for the brain.
Scott says, it's the intelligentsia version of Marine Corps strength training, only for the brain. Cool. Mama says, I will find it. Awesome. Good. All right. Okay, so I think we answered your question here. Thank you so much for the super chat. We appreciate it.
And at this stage of the game, Lewis and several others have great questions.
Yeah.
Please ask them.
Yeah, for those of you who've done non-super chats, we're not going to be taking any more non-super chats tonight because it's late. I've got 2 more super chats I've got to take, and that will probably be our night. So we want to thank you guys for asking questions. Ask your question next week, and we'll get to it then. Okay, next one here is we have Mr. Trash Rat for $5. Thank you for the super chat. In Acts 15, 19 to 21, is the consumption of meat and blood wrong? Does this contradict Paul's teaching in 1 Corinthians 8, 4-8? Do Paul and James contradict? Okay. Now, let's go to Acts first. Acts. Okay. Acts 15. And 19 to 21. And a lot of this is going to say the eating of meat and consumption of blood. Okay, so we'll start at verse 14. Actually, verse 13. We'll start verse 13. And after they had stopped speaking, James answered, saying, Brethren, listen to me. Simeon has related how God first concerned himself about taking from among the Gentiles a people for his name. And with this, the words of the prophets agree, just as it is written. And after these things, I will return, and I will rebuild the tabernacle of David, which is fallen, and I will rebuild its ruins and restore it. Sorry, going too far. Okay. We'll continue from verse 18. Says the Lord who makes these things known from old. Therefore, it is my judgment that we do not trouble those who are turning to God from among the Gentiles. But we write to them that they abstain from things contaminated by idols, and by fornication, and from what is strangled, and from blood. For Moses from the ancient generations has in every city of those who preach him, since he is read in the synagogues of every Sabbath. Okay. Now, the whole question of is the consumption of meat with blood wrong? And then we have 1 Corinthians 8. Let's go to 1 Corinthians 8. 1 Corinthians 8, 4-8. Therefore, concerning the eating of things sacrificed to idols, we know that there is no such thing as an idol in the world, and that there is no God but one. For even if so-called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many gods and many lords, yet for us there is one God, the Father, from whom all things, and we exist for him, and one Lord Jesus Christ, by whom all things, and we exist through him. However, not all men have this knowledge, but some, being accustomed to the idol until now, eat food as if it were sacrificed to an idol, and their conscience being weak is defiled. But food will not commend us to God. We are neither the worse if we do eat, or the better if we, or worse if we do not eat, or better if we do eat. Okay, now, when we talk about the 2 passages here, there is something we do need to broach here, which is in the Council of Jerusalem in Acts 15. There is something that we have to bear in mind when it's talking about. It's talking about this in a very specific context. Okay? In 18, says the Lord who makes these things known from old, there is therefore my judgment, we do not trouble those, but we write to them to abstain from things contaminated by idols and from fornication. For Moses from the ancient generations has in every city those who preach him, since he is read in the synagogues every Sabbath. Okay. There was at this time basically an integration between early Christians and the Jews of the synagogue. Okay? So, they're basically not putting the whole ritual law on Gentiles, but they're saying, it would be helpful if you did this one thing, because you are among the synagogues. So, um, so that's one of those things that that you have to keep in context here for Acts 15. It's not sort of a edict to all generations as such. It is basically a contextualized edict. You are going to be among the synagogues where Moses is preached in every city, every Sabbath. So if you're out eating food from idols, and Paul says an idol is nothing, if your conscience doesn't bother you about eating food sacrificed to idols, yeah, don't flaunt it. So he's actually doing the same thing here. Okay? Paul is doing the exact same thing in 1 Corinthians 8 as the council is basically admonishing people in Acts 15. Don't flaunt your freedom. Don't flaunt your freedom. In 1 Corinthians 8, the problem is people who were felt free to eat the food sacrificed to idols were flaunting it to people who were prone to idolatry. They were prone to idolatry. So Paul doesn't want the weaker brother to fall because of the freedom exercised by somebody else. In the same tone, Acts 15 is basically making this appeal: don't eat from idols, things from idols, or from what is strangled and from blood. The purpose there is to not offend the Jews. Okay? So they're going to be in this case, they are going to be among Sabbath, basically people who are strict on the law, and where this is read in the Sabbath every week. And so to not create offense to say, Jews in their local cities refrain from the eating of blood. Okay? So be considerate of others. That's essentially the point of both passages. Be considerate of others. If you eat blood and this was considered vile back then, really vile by Jews. Okay, Jews thought this was really vile, which is why, for example, if you get a hamburger in Israel, ugh, ew, yeah, shoe leather, yeah. Same thing if you get hamburgers in Egypt, like it's like cardboard. Eating burgers in a place where kosher or harem laws exist. I mean, it's like eating shoe leather. It's awful. It's awful. No medium rare burgers there. Ugh. Eek. Oh. So get the brisket, not the fillet. Yeah. Even at McDonald's. Look, I mean, you can get what's called a triple Big Mac at McDonald's in Egypt. It's 6 paper thin patties.
Yeah. McDonald's is regional.
Yeah.
We don't think of it. That's why people go eat at McDonald's.
Yeah, it's very regional. Yeah. Yeah, it's just McDonald's is a very regional thing, and local dietary customs do dictate a lot of what you get at McDonald's. So,
the McDonald's.
Oh yeah, Hawaii has great McDonald's. No McRib. Yeah, you're not gonna get the McRib there. Yeah. Interestingly enough, if you are in Luxor at any time, the better place to eat is next to McDonald's is next door. There's a sandwich place right next door where you can get a cordon bleu sandwich with a big slab of bacon on it. I don't know where they got this bacon from in Egypt, but they serve this cordon bleu sandwich with a slab of bacon on it. It's the only place where you can get that I know where you can get bacon in Egypt. But that's a good sandwich. Eat the sandwich at the sandwich shop. Go next door to McDonald's and have a real deep fried apple pie there. You can still get those 1970s versions of apple pies in McDonald's in Egypt, and that's the best thing you can eat there. Mama says, the only McD's I've wanted to try lately is Japanese ones. I go to McDonald's in every country I go to. It's just so interesting to see the differences. England's McDonald's is very different too. You wouldn't think of it, but yeah, it's quite. Japan has such creative people. They do, yeah, and it's very interesting to see the regional differences. I always wanted to try McDonald's in Paris, but I could never find one because they have like brie on their black bread burgers. I mean, just amazing cheeses. But the nuggets are universal. Sometimes they are. They're not. You don't find those nuggets in Egypt. They don't have the chicken McNuggets in Egypt. I don't know why, but they don't. But you can get chicken burgers in Egypt. You can get the chicken McChicken in Egypt, but you can't get the nuggets. John says, I had a hamburger in Israel. I didn't think it was that bad. Andrew Graham, bacon in Egypt? Yeah, you can get bacon in some Coptic restaurants. Okay, they have to be run by a Copt, by a Coptic person, and they do it under the table. You have to know about the menu option. Okay. Mama goes, oh yum! I must try brie on a burger. Brie on a burger is fantastic. Oh, it is so good. So yummo. Oh, so great. Okay, so yeah, that's the point of Acts 15 and 1 Corinthians 8 is just to be considerate to those around you. That's essentially what it is. So I hope that helps, and thank you very much for the super chat. Andrew Graham goes, Coptic now it makes sense. Yeah, you get to eat bacon and beer. Cops are allowed to drink beer. They can't drink hard whiskey, hard liquor. Hard liquor is forbidden for Coptic Christians in Egypt. But they can drink beer. They're allowed beer. But yeah, if you eat it, yeah, exactly. Yeah. But yeah, if you're a Coptic in Egypt, you can drink beer. You're allowed beer, and you're allowed bacon. You can't get bacon. It's hard to get bacon, but you're allowed it. Beer, you're allowed it, and it's easily available to Copts in Egypt. But you can't get whiskey. You can't get whiskey. You can't get vodka. Any of that. Whiskey and vodka are only allowed for tourists, and it's only like within the first couple days. Yeah, it's like 48 hours. You can only, as a tourist, you can only buy hard alcohol in Egypt within the first 48 hours.
You see these people staggering out with a crate of a liquor store.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, and our final super chat here is from PA888 with a generous super chat of $20. Thank you so much for the super chat. We really appreciate it. And he asks, is the Catholic deuterocanonical books worth reading? Deuterocanonical books are apocryphal books. Okay, that's the Apocrypha. The answer to that is yes, they're worth reading. They're not scripture. I would never say they're scripture, but they're worth reading. Their context. They are an examples of what was floating around in the culture in the first century. So, yeah, I would absolutely encourage you to read them. But again, don't read them as scripture. They're not scripture. Read them like you would read Plato or Euripides. Okay? They're part of the culture of the ancient Near East, but they are not scripture. But they can provide you with some valuable context as to what was happening in the culture. So, absolutely worth reading. I encourage people to read widely anyway. So, just, yeah. So, it's just, again, take anything in the deuterocanonical books with a grain of salt. Okay? It's not scripture, but it's Gandalf the Base. It does help you to understand the origins of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. Yeah, to some extent, yeah. Not so much the Sadducees, but it does help you with somewhat too. Some Pharisees used, say, apocryphal books a lot more than the Sadducees. Sadducees only used the Pentateuch. Sadducees didn't read anything else but the Torah, the 5 laws, the 5 books of Moses. That's it. They considered everything else to be non-canonical. Even, say, books like Kings, Ezekiel, Isaiah, all that, the Sadducees considered non-canonical. So, Scott Worthman says, deuterocanonical books are only referenced by Protestants as apocryphal. It's not true, actually. They're parts of the Catholic Bible meant to be read for historical context. Required context to understand the rest of the Bible. Oh, that's not, as I say, that's not exactly true. The Eastern Orthodox consider deuterocanonical books to be apocryphal as well. What they do, though, is they consider them to be wisdom literature. So the Eastern Orthodox think they're apocryphal, but they think they are valuable to read for wisdom and understanding, but not doctrine. So, so it's not only referenced as apocryphal by the Protestants. That's a mistake. Eastern Orthodox do too. Okay, they just both, they have a different value set upon them. So, and frankly, reading them for wisdom, yeah, sure, go for that. That's kind of a low bar, though. Wisdom, reading something for wisdom isn't quite the same as reading it as scripture. So, Mama says, so just like modern books can be good to read, so can old books. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It's as simple as that. That's a really great way of putting it. So, yeah. So I would encourage you to read the apocryphal books, the deuterocanonical books. But again, they're not scripture. Only the Catholic Church considers them to be pure scripture, worthy of wisdom and doctrine. All other, say, major branches of Christianity have a different placement for those books as far as their value. So, again, Protestants will differ here than, say, and not even all Protestants, to be honest. Anglicans are much more likely to accept them as scripture than, say Lutherans. So, again, it's going to depend upon what sect you're talking about here. So, reading's good for you. Do it. Read lots. Read lots. Read books that open your mind, like this book. Read this book too. And we're going to call it a night at this point, okay? By the way, if you have read this book, please leave a review. We really appreciate the reviews. They really help us. So, we're going to keep asking for reviews until we get 50 of them, okay? Once we get 50 reviews for the book, we'll stop asking. But until then, we're going to keep asking for reviews. So, if you want to support us, support the channel, please read the book and leave a review. And we would really, really be grateful for that. Okay? So, we're going to call it a night here. We want to start thanking the people who have supported us through Super Chats. You guys keep food on our table, and we really, really appreciate that. We also want to thank those who've donated us through PayPal. That's a way if you want to leverage your giving to a greater extent so that we get more of it. That's a perfect way to do it. We will also like to thank those who support us through Patreon and through YouTube memberships. We so appreciate that support you give us. It really helps us to keep the equipment working, and we so very much appreciate it. Thank you so very much. We also want to thank those who just watch our videos, hit that like and subscribe button, and share the URLs with other social media platforms. You guys get the message out there. With that said, thank you so much for watching. We're glad you could join us tonight. It was a great stream full of fun and interesting information, and we'll see you next time on Ancient Egypt and the Bible. Good night, everyone.